Good evening, my friends. Welcome to Read Me to Sleep, the podcast where I read softly to you to help you relax and drift off to sleep. I'm Victoria, and tonight I'll be reading an extended collection of beloved princess fairy tales. The reading is followed by several hours of soothing background sounds to help you fall asleep and stay asleep. If this podcast brings you a moment of rest, please consider supporting on Patreon for early access to new weekly episodes and exclusive members-only content. You can also support the podcast by subscribing and leaving a like and a comment on YouTube and Spotify. All the links are in the description below. Thank you for joining me tonight. Now, let's settle in. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin.
The Little Mermaid by Hans Christian Andersen. Far out in the ocean, where the water is as blue as the prettiest cornflower and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep. So deep indeed that no cable could fathom it. Many church steeples, piled one upon another, would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of the water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea but bare yellow sand. No, indeed, the most singular flowers and plants grow there, the leaves and stems of which are so pliant that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches, as birds fly among the trees here upon land. In the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long, Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl which would be fit for the diadem of a queen. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very wise woman, and exceedingly proud of her high birth. On that account, she wore 12 oysters on her tail, while others, also of high rank, were only allowed to wear 6. She was, however, deserving of very great praise, especially for her care of the little sea princesses, her granddaughters. They were 6 beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as a rose leaf, and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea. But, like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, or among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were open, and the fish swam in, just as the swallows fly into our houses when we open the windows, except that the fishes swam up to the princesses, ate out of their hands, and allowed themselves to be stroked. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden, in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers, and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves and stems waved to and fro continually. The earth itself was the finest sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulfur. Over everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as if it were surrounded by the air from above, through which the blue sky shone, instead of the dark depths of the sea. In calm weather, the sun could be seen, looking like a purple flower, with the light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a little plot of ground in the garden, where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed into the form of a whale. Another thought it better to make hers like the figure of a little mermaid. But that of the youngest was round, like the sun, and contained flowers as red as his rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful, and while her sisters would be delighted with the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of vessels, she cared for nothing but her pretty red flowers, like the sun, except for a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy, carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. she planted by the statue a rose-colored weeping willow. It grew splendidly, and very soon hung its fresh branches over the statue, almost down to the blue sands. The shadow had a violet tint and waved to and fro like the branches. It seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play and trying to kiss each other. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and of the towns, the people and the animals. To her it seemed most wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land should have fragrance, and not those below the sea, that the trees of the forest should be green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly that it was quite a pleasure to hear them. Her grandmother called the little birds fishes, or she would not have understood her, for she had never seen birds. "When you have reached your 15th year," said the grandmother, "you will have permission to rise up out of the sea, to sit on the rocks in the moonlight, while the great ships are sailing by, and then you will see both forests and towns." In the following year, one of the sisters would be 15, but as each was a year younger than the other, the youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came to rise up from the bottom of the ocean and see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell the others what she saw on her first visit, and what she thought was the most beautiful, for their grandmother could not tell them enough. There were so many things on which they wanted information. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking up through the dark blue water, and watching the fish as they splashed about with their fins and tails. She could see the moon and stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than they do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passed between her and them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming over her head, or a ship full of human beings who never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of their ship. As soon as the eldest was 15, she was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she came back, she had hundreds of things to talk about, but the most beautiful, she said, was to lie in the moonlight on a sandbank in the quiet sea near the coast, and to gaze on a large town nearby where the lights were twinkling like hundreds of stars, to listen to the sounds of the music, the noise of carriages, and the voices of human beings, and then to hear the merry bells peal out from the church steeples. And because she could not go near to all those wonderful things, she longed for them more than ever. Oh, did not the youngest sister listen eagerly to all these descriptions? And afterwards, when she stood at the open window, looking up through the dark blue water, she thought of the great city, with all its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of the church bells down in the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, while violet and rose-colored clouds, which she could not describe, floated over her, and still more rapidly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans towards the setting sun, looking like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sunk into the waves, and the rosy tints faded from the clouds and from the sea. The third sister's turn followed. She was the boldest of them all, and she swam up a broad river that emptied itself into the sea. On the banks she saw green hills covered with beautiful vines. Palaces and castles peeped out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard the birds singing, and the rays of the sun were so powerful that she was obliged often to dive down under the water to cool her burning face. In a narrow creek, she found a whole troop of little human children, quite naked and sporting about in the water. She wanted to play with them, but they fled in great fright, and then a little black animal came to the water. It was a dog, but she did not know that, for she had never before seen one. This animal barked at her so terribly that she became frightened and rushed back to the open sea. But she said she should never forget the beautiful forest, the green hills, and the pretty little children who could swim in the water although they had not fishes' tails. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the midst of the sea, but she said it was quite as beautiful there as nearer the land. She could see for so many miles around her, and the sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen the ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales spouted water from their nostrils, till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came, she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green, and large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl, she said, but larger and loftier than the churches built by men. They were of the most singular shapes and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself upon one of the largest and let the wind play with her long hair, and she remarked that all the ships sailed by rapidly and steered as far away as they could from the iceberg, as if they were afraid of it. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky. The thunder rolled and the lightning flashed, and the red light glowed on the icebergs as they rocked and tossed on the heaving sea. On all the ships the sails were reefed with fear and trembling, while she sat calmly on the floating iceberg, watching the blue lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the sea. When first the sisters had permission to rise to the surface, they were each delighted with the new and beautiful sights they saw. But now, as grown-up girls, they could go when they pleased, and they had become indifferent about it. They wished themselves back again in the water, and after a month had passed, they said it was much more beautiful down below, and pleasanter to be at home. Yet often, in the evening hours, the 5 sisters would twine their arms round each other and rise to the surface in a row. They had more beautiful voices than any human being could have, and before the approach of a storm, and when they expected a ship would be lost, they swam before the vessel and sang sweetly of the delights to be found in the depths of the sea, and begging the sailors not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song. They took it for the howling of the storm, and these things were never to be beautiful for them. For if the ship sank, the men were drowned, and their dead bodies alone reached the palace of the Sea King. When the sisters rose, arm in arm, through the water in this way, their youngest sister would stand quite alone, looking after them, ready to cry, only that the mermaids have no tears, and therefore they suffer more. "Oh, were I but 15 years old," said she, "I know that I shall love the world up there, and all the people who live in it." At last she reached her 15th year. "Well, now you are grown up," said the old dowager, her grandmother, "so you must let me adorn you like your other sisters." And she placed a wreath of white lilies in her hair, and every flower leaf was half a pearl. Then the old lady ordered 8 great oysters to attach themselves to the tail of the princess, to show her high rank. "But they hurt me so," said the little mermaid. "Pride must suffer pain," replied the old lady. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all this grandeur and laid aside the heavy wreath. The red flowers in her own garden would have suited her much better, but she could not help herself. So she said, "Farewell," and rose as lightly as a bubble to the surface of the water. The sun had just set as she raised her head above the waves, but the clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm, and the air mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water, with only one sail set, for not a breeze stiffed, and the sailors sat idle on deck or amongst the rigging. There was music and song on board, and as darkness came on, 100 colored lanterns were lighted, as if the flags of all nations waved in the air. The Little Mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through clear glass window panes and see a number of well-dressed people within. Among them was a young prince, the most beautiful of all, with large black eyes. He was 16 years of age, and his birthday was being kept with much rejoicing. The sailors were dancing on deck, but when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The Little Mermaid was so startled that she dived underwater, and when she again stretched out her head, it appeared as if all the stars of heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected in the clear, calm sea beneath. The ship itself was so brightly illuminated that all the people, and even the smallest rope, could be distinctly and plainly seen. And how handsome the young prince looked, as he pressed the hands of all present and smiled at them, while the music resounded through the clear night air. It was very late, yet the Little Mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship, or from the beautiful prince. The colored lanterns had been extinguished, no more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing. But the sea became restless, and a moaning, grumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still the Little Mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water, which enabled her to look in. After a while, the sails were quickly unfurled, and the noble ship continued her passage. But soon the waves rose higher. Heavy clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. A dreadful storm was approaching. Once more the sails were reefed, and the great ship pursued her flying course over the raging sea. The waves rose mountains high, as if they would have overtopped the mast, but the ship dived like a swan between them, and then rose again on their lofty, foaming crests. To the Little Mermaid this appeared pleasant sport, not so to the sailors. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea as it broke over the deck. The mainmast snapped asunder like a reed. The ship lay over on her side, and the water rushed in. The Little Mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even she herself was obliged to be careful to avoid the beams and planks of the wreck which lay scattered on the water. At one moment it was so pitch dark that she could not see a single object, but a flash of lightning revealed the whole scene. She could see everyone who had been on board excepting the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into the deep waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. And then she remembered that human beings could not live in the water, so that when he got down to her father's palace, he would be quite dead. But he must not die. So she swam about among the beams and planks which strewed the surface of the sea, forgetting that they could crush her to pieces. Then she dived deeply under the dark waters, rising and falling with the waves, till at length she managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power of swimming in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him, his beautiful eyes were closed, and he would have died had not the Little Mermaid come to his assistance. She held his head above the water and let the waves drift them where they would. In the morning, the storm had ceased, but of the ship not a single fragment could be seen. The sun rose up red and glowing from the water, and its beams brought back the hue of health to the prince's cheeks, but his eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to her like the marble statue in her little garden, and she kissed him again and wished that he might live. Presently they came in sight of land. She saw lofty blue mountains, on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were laying upon them. Near the coast were beautiful green forests, and close by stood a large building, whether a church or a convent she could not tell. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay, in which the water was quite still but very deep. So she swam with the handsome prince to the beach, which was covered with fine white sand, and there she laid him in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and a number of young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out further from the shore and placed herself between some high rocks that rose out of the water. Then she covered her head and neck with the foam of the sea so that her little face might not be seen, and watched to see what would become of the poor prince. She did not wait long before she saw a young girl approach the spot where he lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she fetched a number of people, and the mermaid saw that the prince came to life again, and smiled upon those who stood around him. But to her he sent no smile. He knew not that she had saved him. This made her very unhappy, and when he was led away into the great building, she dived down sorrowfully into the water and returned to her father's castle. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sisters asked her what she had seen during her first visit to the surface of the water, but she would tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripen till they were gathered. The snow on the tops of the mountains melt away, but she never saw the prince, and therefore she returned home, always more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her own little garden and fling her arm around the beautiful marble statue which was like the prince. But she gave up tending her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems round the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the others heard the secret, and very soon it became known to two mermaids whose intimate friend happened to know who the prince was. She had also seen the festival on board ship, and she told them where the prince came from and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. Then they entwined their arms and rose up in a long row to the surface of the water, close by the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood. It was built of bright yellow shining stone, with long flights of marble steps, one of which reached quite down to the sea. Splendid gilded cupolas rose over the roof, and between the pillars that surrounded the whole building stood lifelike statues of marble. Through the clear crystal of the lofty windows could be seen noble rooms, with costly silk curtains and hangings of tapestry, while the walls were covered with beautiful paintings which were a pleasure to look at. In the center of the largest saloon, a fountain threw its sparkling jets high up into the glass cupola of the ceiling, through which the sun shone down upon the water and upon the beautiful plants growing round the basin of the fountain. Now that she knew where he lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She would swim much nearer the shore than any of the others ventured to do. Indeed, once she went quite up the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow on the water. Here she would sit and watch the young prince. who thought himself quite alone in the bright moonlight. She saw him many times of an evening, sailing in a pleasant boat, with music playing and flags waving. She peeped out from among the green rushes, and if the wind caught her long silvery white veil, those who saw it believed it to be a swan spreading out its wings. On many a night, too, when the fishermen with their torches were out at sea, she heard them relate so many good things about the doings of the young prince, that she was glad she had saved his life when he had been tossed about half dead on the waves. And she remembered that his head had rested on her bosom, and how heartily she had kissed him. But he knew nothing of all this, and could not even dream of her. She grew more and more fond of human beings, and wished more and more to be able to wander about with those whose worlds seemed to be so much larger than her own. They could fly over the sea in ships, and mount the high hills which were far above the clouds, and the lands they possessed, their woods and their fields, stretched far away beyond the reach of her sight. There was so much that she wished to know, and her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. Then she applied to her old grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she very rightly called the lands above the sea. "If human beings are not drowned," asked the little mermaid, "can they live forever? Do they never die, as we do here in the sea?" "Yes," replied the old lady, "they must also die, and their term of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live to 300 years, but when we cease to exist here, we only become the foam on the surface of the water, and we have not even a grave down here of those we love. We have not immortal souls, we shall never live again, but like the green seaweed, when once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever, lives after the body has been turned to dust. It rises up through the clear, pure air beyond the glittering stars, as we rise out of the water and behold all the land of the earth. So do they rise to unknown and glorious regions which we shall never see." "Why have not we an immortal soul?" asked the little mermaid mournfully. "I would give gladly all the hundreds of years that I have to live, to be a human being only for one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world above the stars." "You must not think of that," said the old woman. "We feel ourselves to be much happier and much better off than human beings." "So I shall die," said the little mermaid, "and as the foam of the sea I shall be driven about, never again to hear the music of the waves, or to see the pretty flowers, nor the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul?" "No," said the old woman, "unless a man were to love you so much that you were more to him than his father or mother, and if all his thoughts and all his love were fixed upon you, and the priest placed his right hand in yours, and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter, then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give a soul to you and retain his own as well, but this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which amongst us is considered so beautiful, is thought on earth to be quite ugly. They do not know any better, and they think it necessary to have 2 stout props, which they call legs, in order to be handsome." Then the little mermaid sighed and looked sorrowfully at her fish's tail. "Let us be happy," said the old lady, "and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long enough. After that we can rest ourselves all the better. This evening we're going to have a court ball. It is one of those splendid sights which we can never see on earth. The walls and the ceiling of the large ballroom were of thick but transparent crystal. Many hundreds of colossal shells, some of a deep red, others of a grass green, stood on each side in rows, with blue fire in them, which lighted up the whole saloon, and shone through the walls, so that the sea was also illuminated. Innumerable fishes, great and small, swam past the crystal walls. On some of them the scales glowed with a purple brilliancy, and on others they shone like silver and gold. Through the halls flowed a broad stream, and in it danced the mermen and the mermaids to the music of their own sweet singing. No one on earth has such a lovely voice as theirs. The little mermaid sang more sweetly than them all. The whole court applauded her with hands and tails, and for a moment her heart felt quite gay, for she knew she had the loveliest voice of any on earth or in the sea. But she soon thought again of the world above her, for she could not forget the charming prince, nor her sorrow that she had not an immortal soul like his. Therefore she crept away silently, out of her father's palace, and while everything within was gladness and song, she sat in her own little garden, sorrowful and alone. Then she heard the bugle sounding through the water, and thought, "He is certainly sailing above, he on whom my wishes depend, and in whose hands I should like to place the happiness of my life. I will venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul, while my sisters are dancing in my father's palace, I will go to the sea witch, of whom I have always been so much afraid, but she can give me counsel and help." And then the little mermaid went out from her garden, and took the road to the foaming whirlpools, behind which the sorceress lived. She had never been that way before. Neither flowers nor grass grew there. Nothing but bare, gray, sandy ground stretched out to the whirlpool, where the water, like foaming mill wheels, whirled round everything that it seized, and cast it into the fathomless deep. Through the midst of these crushing whirlpools the little mermaid was obliged to pass, to reach the dominions of the sea witch, and also for a long distance the only road lay right across a quantity of warm, bubbling mire, called by the witch her turf moor. Beyond this stood her house, in the center of a strange forest, in which all the trees and flowers were polypi, half animals and half plants. They looked like serpents with 100 heads growing out of the ground. The branches were long, slimy arms, with fingers like flexible worms, moving limb after limb from the root to the top. All that could be reached in the sea they seized upon, and held fast so that it never escaped from their clutches. The little mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still, and her heart beat with fear, and she was very nearly turning back. But she thought of the prince and of the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. She fastened her long flowing hair round her head, so that the polypi might not seize hold of it. She laid her hands together across her bosom, and then she darted forward as a fish shoots through the water, between the supple arms and fingers of the ugly polypi, which were stretched out on each side of her. She saw that each held in its grasp something it had seized with its numerous little arms, as if they were iron bands. The white skeletons of human beings who had perished at sea and had sunk down into the deep waters, skeletons of land animals, oars, rudders, and chests of ships were lying tightly grasped by their clinging arms. Even a little mermaid, whom they had caught and strangled, and this seemed the most shocking of all to the little princess. She now came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, where large, fat water snakes were rolling in the mire, and showing their ugly, drab-colored bodies. In the midst of this spot stood a house, built with the bones of shipwrecked human beings. There sat the sea witch, allowing a toad to eat from her mouth, just as people sometimes feed a canary with a piece of sugar. She called the ugly water snakes her little chickens, and allowed them to crawl all over her bosom. "I know what you want," said the sea witch. "It is very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, and it will bring you to sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail, and to have 2 supports instead of it, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and that you may have an immortal soul, And then the witch laughed so loud and disgustingly that the toad and the snakes fell to the ground and lay there wriggling about. "You are but just in time," said the witch, "for after sunrise tomorrow I should not be able to help you till the end of another year. I will prepare a draught for you, with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise, and sit down on the shore and drink it. Your tail will then disappear, and shrink up into what mankind calls legs, and you will feel great pain, as if a sword were passing through you. But all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You will still have the same floating gracefulness of movement, and no dancer will ever tread so lightly. But at every step you take, it will feel as if you were treading upon sharp knives, and that the blood must flow. If you will bear all this, I will help you." "Yes, I will," said the little princess in a trembling voice, as she thought of the prince and the immortal soul. "But think again," said the witch, "for when once your shape has become like a human being, you can no more be a mermaid. You will never return through the water to your sisters, or to your father's palace again. And if you do not win the love of the prince so that he is willing to forget his father and mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, and allow the priest to join your hands that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become foam on the crest of the waves." "I will do it," said the little mermaid, and she became pale as death. "But I must be paid also," said the witch, "and it is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea, and you believe that you will be able to charm the prince with it also. But this voice you must give to me. The best thing you possess will I have for the price of my draught. My own blood must be mixed with it, that it may be as sharp as a two-edged sword." "But if you take away my voice," said the little mermaid, "what is left for me? Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and your expressive eyes. Surely with these you can enchain a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue that I may cut it off, as my payment. Then you shall have the powerful draught." "It shall be," said the little mermaid. Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire to prepare the magic draught. "Cleanliness is a good thing," said she, scouring the vessel with snakes, which she had tied together in a large knot. Then she pricked herself in the breast and let the black blood drop into it. The steam that rose formed itself into such horrible shapes that no one could look at them without fear. Every moment the witch threw something else into the vessel, and when it began to boil, the sound was like the weeping of a crocodile. When at last the magic draught was ready, it looked like the clearest water. "There it is for you," said the witch. Then she cut off the mermaid's tongue, so that she became dumb, and would never again speak or sing. "If the polypi should seize hold of you as you return through the wood," said the witch, "throw over them a few drops of the potion, and their fingers will be torn into 1,000 pieces." But the little mermaid had no occasion to do this, for the polypi sprang back in terror when they caught sight of the glittering draught, which shone in her hand like a twinkling star. So she passed quickly through the wood and the marsh, and between the rushing whirlpools. She saw that in her father's palace the torches in the ballroom were extinguished, and all within asleep. But she did not venture to go into them, for now she was dumb and going to leave them forever. She felt as if her heart would break. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower beds of each of her sisters, kissed her hand 1,000 times towards the palace, and then rose up through the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace and approached the beautiful marble steps, but the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic draught, and it seemed as if a two-edged sword went through her delicate body. she fell into a swoon and lay like one dead. When the sun arose and shone over the sea, she recovered and felt a sharp pain. But just before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal-black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that her fish's tail was gone, and that she had as pretty a pair of white legs and tiny feet as any little mermaid could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in her long, thick hair. The prince asked her who she was and where she came from, and she looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes, but she could not speak. Every step she took was as the witch had said it would be. She felt as if treading upon the points of needles or sharp knives, but she bore it willingly and stepped as lightly by the prince's side as a soap bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful, swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and was the most beautiful creature in the palace, but she was dumb and could neither speak nor sing. Beautiful female slaves, dressed in silk and gold, stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was great sorrow to the little mermaid. She knew how much more sweetly she herself could sing once, and she thought, oh, if he could only know that. I have given away my voice forever to be with him. The slaves next performed some pretty, fairy-like dances to the sound of beautiful music. Then the little mermaid raised her lovely white arms, stood on the tips of her toes, and glided over the floor, and danced as no one yet had been able to dance. At each moment her beauty became more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart than the songs of the slaves. Everyone was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little foundling. And she danced again quite readily, to please him, though each time her foot touched the floor it seemed as if she trod on sharp knives. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she received permission to sleep at his door on a velvet cushion. He had a page's dress made for her, that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet-scented woods, where the green boughs touched their shoulders, and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with the prince to the tops of high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only laughed and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them looking like a flock of birds traveling to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, and when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit on the broad marble steps, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea water, and then she thought of all those below, in the deep. Once during the night, her sisters came up arm in arm, singing sorrowfully. As they floated on the water, she beckoned to them, and then they recognized her, and told her how she had grieved them. After that, they came to the same place every night, and once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been to the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father, with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but they did not venture so near the land as her sisters did. As the days passed, she loved the prince more fondly, and he loved her as he would love a little child, but it never came into his head to make her his wife. Yet, unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul, and on the morning after his marriage with another, she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. "Do you not love me the best of them all?" the eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say, when he took her in his arms and kissed her fair forehead. "Yes, you are dear to me," said the prince, "for you have the best heart, and you are the most devoted to me. You are like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was in a ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her but twice, and she's the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image out of my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, but my good fortune has sent you to me instead of her, and we will never part. Ah, he knows not that it was I who saved his life, thought the little mermaid. I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and watched till the human beings came to help him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me, and the mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not shed tears. He says the maiden belongs to the holy temple, therefore she will never return to the world. They will meet no more. While I am by his side and see him every day, I will take care of him and love him and give up my life for his sake. Very soon it was said that the prince must marry, and that the beautiful daughter of a neighboring king would be his wife, for a fine ship was being fitted out. Although the prince gave out that he merely intended to pay a visit to the king, it was generally supposed that he really went to see his daughter. A great company were to go with him. The little mermaid smiled and shook her head. She knew the prince's thoughts better than any of the others. I must travel, he had said to her. I must see this beautiful princess. My parents desire it, but they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her. She is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple whom you resemble. If I were forced to choose a bride, I would rather choose you, my dumb foundling, with those expressive eyes. And then he kissed her rosy mouth, played with her long waving hair, and laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and an immortal soul. You are not afraid of the sea, my dumb child, said he, as they stood on the deck of the noble ship which was to carry them to the country of the neighboring king. And then he told her of storm and of calm, of strange fishes in the deep beneath them, and of what the divers had seen there. And she smiled at his descriptions, for she knew better than anyone what wonders were at the bottom of the sea. In the moonlight, when all on board were asleep, except the man at the helm who was steering, she sat on the deck, gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish her father's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother, with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves and gazed at her mournfully, wringing their white hands. She beckoned to them and smiled and wanted to tell them how happy and well off she was. But the cabin boy approached, and when her sisters dived down, he thought it was only the foam of the sea which he saw. The next morning the ship sailed into the harbor of a beautiful town, belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high towers sounded a flourish of trumpets, and soldiers with flying colors and glittering bayonets lined the rocks through which they passed. Every day was a festival. Balls and entertainments followed one another. But the princess had not yet appeared. People said that she was being brought up and educated in a religious house, where she was learning every royal virtue. At last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was very anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to acknowledge that she had never seen a more perfect vision of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes, her laughing blue eyes shone with truth and purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay dead on the beach." And he folded his blushing bride in his arms. "Oh, I am too happy," said he to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are all fulfilled. You will rejoice at my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." The little mermaid kissed his hand, and felt as if her heart were already broken. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into the foam of the sea. All the church bells rung, and the heralds rode about the town, proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burning in costly silver lamps on every altar. The priests waved the censers, while the bride and bridegroom joined their hands and received the blessing of the bishop. The little mermaid, dressed in silk and gold, held up the bride's train, but her ears heard nothing of the festive music, and her eyes saw not the holy ceremony. She thought of the night of death which was coming to her, and of all she had lost in the world. On the same evening, the bride and bridegroom went on board ship. Cannons were roaring, flags waving, and in the center of the ship, a costly tent of purple and gold had been erected. It contained elegant couches for the reception of the bridal pair during the night. The ship, with swelling sails and a favorable wind, glided away smoothly and lightly over the calm sea. When it grew dark, a number of colored lamps were lit, and the sailors danced merrily on the deck. The little mermaid could not help thinking of her first rising out of the sea, when she had seen similar festivities and joys, and she joined in the dance, poised herself in the air, as a swallow when he pursues his prey, and all present cheered her with wonder. She had never danced so elegantly before. Her tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for it. A sharper pang had pierced through her heart. She knew this was the last evening she should ever see the prince, for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice and suffered unheard of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening that she would breathe the same air with him, or gaze on the starry sky in the deep sea. An eternal night, without a thought or a dream, awaited her. She had no soul, and now she could never win one. All was joy and gaiety on board ship till long after midnight. She laughed and danced with the rest, while the thoughts of death were in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride while she played with his raven hair, till they went arm in arm to rest in the splendid tent. Then all became still on board the ship. The helmsman, alone awake, stood at the helm. The little mermaid leaned her white arms on the edge of the vessel and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for that first ray of dawn that would bring her death. She saw her sisters rising out of the flood. They were as pale as herself, but their long, beautiful hair waved no more in the wind, and had been cut off. "We have given our hair to the witch," said they, "to obtain help for you, that you may not die tonight. She has given us a knife. Here it is. See, it is very sharp. Before the sun rises, you must plunge it into the heart of the prince. When the warm blood falls upon your feet, they will grow together again, and form into a fish's tail, and you will be once more a mermaid, and return to us to live out your 300 years before you die, and change into the salt sea foam. Haste then. Here you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother moans so for you, that her white hair is falling off from sorrow, as ours fell under the witch's scissors. Kill the prince and come back. Hasten. Do you not see the first red streaks in the sky? In a few minutes the sun will rise, and you must die." And then they sighed deeply and mournfully, and sank down beneath the waves. The little mermaid drew back the crimson curtain of the tent, and beheld the fair bride with her head resting on the prince's breast. She bent down and kissed his fair brow, then looked at the sky on which the rosy dawn grew brighter and brighter. Then she glanced at the sharp knife, and again fixed her eyes on the prince, who whispered the name of his bride in his dreams. She was in his thoughts, and the knife trembled in the hand of the little mermaid. Then she flung it far away from her into the waves. The water turned red where it fell, and the drops that spurted up looked like blood. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, and then threw herself from the ship into the sea, and thought her body was dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell on the cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun, and all around her floated hundreds of transparent, beautiful beings. She could see through them the white sails of the ship, and the red clouds in the sky. Their speech was melodious, but too ethereal to be heard by mortal ears, as they were also unseen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. "Where am I?" asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal, as the voice of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. "Among the daughters of the air," answered one of them. "A mermaid has not an immortal soul, nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the power of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can, by their good deeds, procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and cool the sultry air that destroys mankind with the pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, poor little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered and endured, and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds. And now, by striving for 300 years in the same way, you may obtain an immortal soul." The little mermaid lifted her glorified eyes towards the sun, and felt them for the first time filling with tears. On the ship in which she had left the prince, there were life and noise. She saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead of her bride, and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud that floated through the ether. "After 300 years, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven," said she. "And we may even get there sooner," whispered one of her companions. "Unseen, we can enter the houses of men, where there are children, and for every day on which we find a good child who is the joy of his parents and deserves their love, our time of probation is shortened. The child does not know, when we fly through the room, that we smile with joy at his good conduct, for we can count 1 year less of our 300 years. But when we see a naughty or wicked child, we shed tears of sorrow, and for every tear, a day is added to our time of trial." Beauty and the Beast. Once upon a time, in a very far-off country, there lived a merchant who had been so fortunate in all his undertakings that he was enormously rich. As he had, however, 6 sons and 6 daughters, he found that his money was not too much to let them all have everything they fancied, as they were accustomed to do. But one day, a most unexpected misfortune befell them. Their house caught fire and was speedily burnt to the ground, with all the splendid furniture, the books, pictures, gold, silver, and precious goods it contained. And this was only the beginning of their troubles. Their father, who had until this moment prospered in all ways, suddenly lost every ship he had upon the sea, either by dint of pirates, shipwreck, or fire. Then he heard that his clerks in distant countries, whom he trusted entirely, had proved unfaithful, and at last, from great wealth, he fell into the direst poverty. All that he had left was a little house in a desolate place, at least 100 leagues from the town in which he had lived, and to this he was forced to retreat with his children, who were in despair at the idea of leading such a different life. Indeed, the daughters at first hoped that their friends, who had been so numerous while they were rich, would insist on their staying in their houses now they no longer possessed one. But they soon found that they were left alone, and that their former friends even attributed their misfortunes to their own extravagance, and showed no intention of offering them any help. So nothing was left for them but to take their departure to the cottage, which stood in the midst of a dark forest, and seemed to be the most dismal place upon the face of the earth. As they were too poor to have any servants, the girls had to work hard, like peasants, and the sons, for their part, cultivated the fields to earn their living. Roughly clothed and living in the simplest way, the girls regretted unceasingly the luxuries and amusements of their former life. Only the youngest tried to be brave and cheerful. She had been as sad as anyone when misfortune first overtook her father, but, soon recovering her natural gaiety, she set to work to make the best of things, to amuse her father and brothers as well as she could, and to try to persuade her sisters to join her in dancing and singing. But they would do nothing of the sort, and, because she was not as doleful as themselves, they declared that this miserable life was all she was fit for. But she was really far prettier and cleverer than they were. Indeed, she was so lovely that she was always called Beauty. After 2 years, when they were all beginning to get used to their new life, something happened to disturb their tranquility. Their father received the news that one of his ships, which he had believed to be lost, had come safely into port with a rich cargo. All the sons and daughters at once thought that their poverty was at an end, and wanted to set out directly for the town. But their father, who was more prudent, begged them to wait a little, and, though it was harvest time and he could ill be spared, determined to go himself first to make inquiries. Only the youngest daughter had any doubt but that they would soon again be as rich as they were before, or at least rich enough to live comfortably in some town where they would find amusement and gay companions once more. So they all loaded their father with commissions for jewels and dresses which it would have taken a fortune to buy. Only Beauty, feeling sure that it was of no use, did not ask for anything. Her father, noticing her silence, said, "And what shall I bring for you, Beauty?" "The only thing I wish for is to see you come home safely," she answered. But this reply vexed her sisters, who fancied she was blaming them for having asked for such costly things. Her father, however, was pleased, but as he thought that at her age, she certainly ought to like pretty presents, he told her to choose something. "Well, dear father," she said, "as you insist upon it, I beg that you will bring me a rose. I have not seen one since we came here, and I love them so much." So the merchant set out and reached the town as quickly as possible, but only to find that his former companions, believing him to be dead, had divided between them the goods which the ship had brought. And after 6 months of trouble and expense, he found himself as poor as when he started, having been able to recover just enough to pay the cost of his journey. To make matters worse, he was obliged to leave the town in the most terrible weather, so that by the time he was within a few leagues of his home, he was almost exhausted with cold and fatigue. Though he knew it would take some hours to get through the forest, he was so anxious to be at his journey's end that he resolved to go on, but night overtook him, and the deep snow and bitter frost made it impossible for his horse to carry him any further. Not a house was to be seen. The only shelter he could get was the hollow trunk of a great tree, and there he crouched all the night, which seemed to him the longest he had ever known. In spite of his weariness, the howling of the wolves kept him awake, and even when at last the day broke, he was not much better off, for the falling snow had covered up every path, and he did not know which way to turn. At length he made out some sort of track, and though at the beginning it was so rough and slippery that he fell down more than once, it presently became easier, and led him into an avenue of trees which ended in a splendid castle. It seemed to the merchant very strange that no snow had fallen in the avenue, which was entirely composed of orange trees, covered with flowers and fruit. When he reached the first court of the castle, he saw before him a flight of agate steps, and went up them, and passed through several splendidly furnished rooms. The pleasant warmth of the air revived him, and he felt very hungry, but there seemed to be nobody in all this vast and splendid palace whom he could ask to give him something to eat. Deep silence reigned everywhere, and at last, tired of roaming through empty rooms and galleries, he stopped in a room smaller than the rest, where a clear fire was burning, and a couch was drawn up cozily close to it. Thinking that this must be prepared for someone who was expected, he sat down to wait till he should come. and very soon fell into a sweet sleep. When his extreme hunger wakened him after several hours, he was still alone. But a little table, upon which was a good dinner, had been drawn up close to him, and, as he had eaten nothing for 24 hours, he lost no time in beginning his meal, hoping that he might soon have an opportunity of thanking his considerate entertainer, whoever it might be. But no one appeared, and even after another long sleep, from which he awoke completely refreshed, there was no sign of anybody, though a fresh meal of dainty cakes and fruit was prepared upon the little table at his elbow. Being naturally timid, the silence began to terrify him, and he resolved to search once more through all the rooms. But it was of no use. Not even a servant was to be seen. There was no sign of life in the palace. He began to wonder what he should do, and to amuse himself by pretending that all the treasures he saw were his own, and considering how he would divide them among his children. Then he went down into the garden, and though it was winter everywhere else, here the sun shone, and the birds sang, and the flowers bloomed, and the air was soft and sweet. The merchant, in ecstasies with all he saw and heard, said to himself, "All this must be meant for me. I will go this minute and bring my children to share all these delights." In spite of being so cold and weary when he reached the castle, he had taken his horse to the stable and fed it. Now he thought he would saddle it for his homeward journey, and he turned down the path which led to the stable. This path had a hedge of roses on each side of it, and the merchant thought he had never seen or smelt such exquisite flowers. They reminded him of his promise to Beauty, and he stopped and had just gathered one to take to her when he was startled by a strange noise behind him. Turning round, he saw a frightful beast, which seemed to be very angry, and said in a terrible voice, "Who told you that you might gather my roses? Was it not enough that I allowed you to be in my palace and was kind to you? This is the way you show your gratitude, by stealing my flowers. But your insolence shall not go unpunished." The merchant, terrified by these furious words, dropped the fatal rose, and throwing himself on his knees, cried, "Pardon me, noble sir. I am truly grateful to you for your hospitality, which was so magnificent that I could not imagine that you would be offended by my taking such a little thing as a rose." But the beast's anger was not lessened by this speech. "You are very ready with excuses and flattery," he cried, "but that will not save you from the death you deserve." "Alas," thought the merchant, "if my daughter Beauty could only know what danger her rose has brought me into." And in despair he began to tell the beast all his misfortunes and the reason of his journey, not forgetting to mention Beauty's request. "A king's ransom would hardly have procured all that my other daughters asked," he said, "but I thought that I might at least take Beauty her rose. I beg you to forgive me, for you see I meant no harm." The beast considered for a moment, and then he said, in a less furious tone, "I will forgive you on one condition. That is, that you will give me one of your daughters." "Ah," cried the merchant, "if I were cruel enough to buy my own life at the expense of one of my children's, what excuse could I invent to bring her here?" "No excuse would be necessary," answered the beast. "If she comes at all, she must come willingly. On no other condition will I have her. See if any of them is courageous enough and loves you well enough to come and save your life. You seem to be an honest man, so I will trust you to go home. I give you a month to see if either of your daughters will come back with you and stay here, to let you go free. If neither of them is willing, you must come alone, after bidding them goodbye forever, for then you will belong to me. and do not imagine that you can hide from me, for if you fail to keep your word, I will come and fetch you," added the beast grimly. The merchant accepted this proposal, though he did not really think any of his daughters would be persuaded to come. He promised to return at the time appointed, and then, anxious to escape from the presence of the beast, he asked permission to set off at once. But the beast answered that he could not go until the next day. "Then you will find a horse ready for you," he said. "Now go and eat your supper and await my orders." The poor merchant, more dead than alive, went back to his room, where the most delicious supper was already served on the little table, which was drawn up before a blazing fire. But he was too terrified to eat, and only tasted a few of the dishes, for fear the beast should be angry if he did not obey his orders. When he had finished, he heard a great noise in the next room, which he knew meant that the beast was coming. As he could do nothing to escape his visit, the only thing that remained was to seem as little afraid as possible. So when the beast appeared and asked roughly if he had supped well, the merchant answered humbly that he had, thanks to his host's kindness. Then the beast warned him to remember their agreement and to prepare his daughter exactly for what she had to expect. "Do not get up tomorrow," he added, "until you see the sun and hear a golden bell ring. Then you will find your breakfast waiting for you here, and the horse you are to ride will be ready in the courtyard. He will also bring you back again when you come with your daughter a month hence. Farewell. Take a rose to Beauty, and remember your promise." The merchant was only too glad when the beast went away, and though he could not sleep for sadness, he lay down until the sun rose. Then, after a hasty breakfast, he went to gather Beauty's rose, and mounted his horse, which carried him off so swiftly that in an instant he had lost sight of the palace. And he was still wrapped in gloomy thoughts when it stopped before the door of the cottage. His sons and daughters, who had been very uneasy at his long absence, rushed to meet him, eager to know the result of his journey, which, seeing him mounted upon a splendid horse and wrapped in a rich mantle, they supposed to be favorable. But he hid the truth from them at first, only saying sadly to Beauty, as he gave her the rose, "Here is what you asked me to bring you. You little know what it has cost." But this excited their curiosity so greatly that presently he told them his adventures from beginning to end, and then they were all very unhappy. The girls lamented loudly over their lost hopes, and the sons declared that their father should not return to this terrible castle, and began to make plans for killing the beast if it should come to fetch him. But he reminded them that he had promised to go back. Then the girls were very angry with Beauty, and said it was all her fault, and that if she had asked for something sensible, this would never have happened, and complained bitterly that they should have to suffer for her folly. Poor Beauty, much distressed, said to them, "I have indeed caused this misfortune, but I assure you I did it innocently. Who could have guessed that to ask for a rose in the middle of summer would cause so much misery? But as I did the mischief, it is only just that I should suffer for it. I will therefore go back with my father to keep his promise." At first nobody would hear of this arrangement, and her father and brothers, who loved her dearly, declared that nothing should make them let her go. But Beauty was firm. As the time grew near, she divided all her little possessions between her sisters, and said goodbye to everything she loved. And when the fatal day came, she encouraged and cheered her father as they mounted together the horse which had brought him back. It seemed to fly rather than gallop, but so smoothly that Beauty was not frightened. Indeed, she would have enjoyed the journey if she had not feared what might happen to her at the end of it. Her father still tried to persuade her to go back, but in vain. While they were talking, the night fell, and then, to their great surprise, wonderful colored lights began to shine in all directions, and splendid fireworks blazed out before them. All the forest was illuminated by them, and even felt pleasantly warm, though it had been bitterly cold before. This lasted until they reached the avenue of orange trees, where were statues holding flaming torches. And when they got nearer to the palace, they saw that it was illuminated from the roof to the ground, and music sounded softly from the courtyard. "The beast must be very hungry," said Beauty, trying to laugh, "if he makes all this rejoicing over the arrival of his prey." But in spite of her anxiety, she could not help admiring all the wonderful things she saw. The horse stopped at the foot of the flight of steps leading to the terrace, and when they had dismounted, her father led her to the little room he had been in before, where they found a splendid fire burning, and a table daintily spread with a delicious supper. The merchant knew that this was meant for them, and Beauty, who was rather less frightened now that she had passed through so many rooms and seen nothing of the beast, was quite willing to begin, for her long ride had made her very hungry. But they had hardly finished their meal when the noise of the beast's footsteps was heard approaching, and Beauty clung to her father in terror, which became all the greater when she saw how frightened he was. But when the beast really appeared, though she trembled at the sight of him, she made a great effort to hide her horror and saluted him respectfully. This evidently pleased the beast. After looking at her, he said, in a tone that might have struck terror into the boldest heart, though he did not seem to be angry, "Good evening, old man." "Good evening, Beauty." The merchant was too terrified to reply, but Beauty answered sweetly, "Good evening, beast." "Have you come willingly?" asked the beast. "Will you be content to stay here when your father goes away?" Beauty answered bravely that she was quite prepared to stay. "I am pleased with you," said the beast. "As you have come of your own accord, you may stay. As for you, old man," he added, turning to the merchant, "at sunrise tomorrow you will take your departure. When the bell rings, get up quickly and eat your breakfast, and you will find the same horse waiting to take you home. But remember that you must never expect to see my palace again." Then turning to Beauty, he said, "Take your father into the next room, and help him to choose everything you think your brothers and sisters would like to have. You will find 2 traveling trunks there. Fill them as full as you can. It is only just that you should send them something very precious, as a remembrance of yourself." Then he went away, after saying, "Goodbye, Beauty. Goodbye, old man." And though Beauty was beginning to think with great dismay of her father's departure, she was afraid to disobey the beast's orders, and they went into the next room, which had shelves and cupboards all around it. They were greatly surprised at the riches it contained. There were splendid dresses fit for a queen, with all the ornaments that were to be worn with them, and when Beauty opened the cupboards, she was quite dazzled by the gorgeous jewels that lay in heaps upon every shelf. After choosing a vast quantity, which she divided between her sisters, for she had made a heap of the wonderful dresses for each of them, she opened the last chest, which was full of gold. "I think, father," she said, "that as the gold will be more useful to you, we had better take out the other things again and fill the trunks with it." So they did this, but the more they put in, the more room there seemed to be, and at last they put back all the jewels and dresses they had taken out, and Beauty even added as many more of the jewels as she could carry at once. And then the trunks were not too full, but they were so heavy that an elephant could not have carried them. "The beast was mocking us," cried the merchant. "He must have pretended to give us all these things, knowing that I could not carry them away." "Let us wait and see," answered Beauty. "I cannot believe that he meant to deceive us. All we can do is to fasten them up and leave them ready." So they did this, and returned to the little room, where to their astonishment they found breakfast ready. The merchant ate his with a good appetite, as the beast's generosity made him believe that he might perhaps venture to come back soon and see Beauty. But she felt sure that her father was leaving her forever, so she was very sad when the bell rang sharply for the second time, and warned them that the time was come for them to part. They went down into the courtyard, where 2 horses were waiting, one loaded with the 2 trunks, the other for him to ride. They were pawing the ground in their impatience to start, and the merchant was forced to bid Beauty a hasty farewell. And as soon as he was mounted, he went off at such a pace that she lost sight of him in an instant. Then Beauty began to cry and wandered sadly back to her own room, but she soon found that she was very sleepy, and as she had nothing better to do, she lay down and instantly fell asleep. And then she dreamed that she was walking by a brook bordered with trees and lamenting her sad fate, when a young prince, handsomer than anyone she had ever seen, and with a voice that went straight to her heart, came and said to her, "Ah, Beauty, you are not so unfortunate as you suppose. Here you will be rewarded for all you have suffered elsewhere. Your every wish shall be gratified. Only try to find me out, no matter how I may be disguised, as I love you dearly, and in making me happy, you will find your own happiness. Be as true-hearted as you are beautiful, and we shall have nothing left to wish for." "What can I do, Prince, to make you happy?" said Beauty. "Only be grateful," he answered, "and do not trust too much to your eyes. And above all, do not desert me until you have saved me from my cruel misery." After this, she thought she found herself in a room with a stately and beautiful lady, who said to her, "Dear Beauty, try not to regret all you have left behind you, for you are destined to a better fate. Only do not let yourself be deceived by appearances." Beauty found her dream so interesting that she was in no hurry to awake, but presently the clock roused her by calling her name softly 12 times. And then she got up and found her dressing table set out with everything she could possibly want. And when her toilet was finished, she found dinner was waiting in the room next to hers. But dinner does not take very long when you're all by yourself, and very soon she sat down cozily in the corner of a sofa and began to think about the charming prince she had seen in her dream. "He said I could make him happy," said Beauty to herself. "It seems, then, that this horrible beast keeps him a prisoner. How can I set him free? I wonder why they both told me not to trust to appearances. I don't understand it. But after all, it was only a dream, so why should I trouble myself about it? I had better go and find something to do and amuse myself." So she got up and began to explore some of the many rooms of the palace. The first she entered was lined with mirrors, and Beauty saw herself reflected on every side, and thought she had never seen such a charming room. Then a bracelet, which was hanging from a chandelier, caught her eye, and, on taking it down, she was greatly surprised to find that it held a portrait of her unknown admirer, just as she had seen him in her dream. With great delight, she slipped the bracelet on her arm, and went on into a gallery of pictures, where she soon found a portrait of the same handsome prince, as large as life, and so well painted that as she studied it, he seemed to smile kindly at her. Tearing herself away from the portrait at last, she passed through into a room which contained every musical instrument under the sun, and here she amused herself for a long while in trying some of them and singing until she was tired. The next room was a library, and she saw everything she had ever wanted to read, as well as everything she had read, and it seemed to her that a whole lifetime would not be enough even to read the names of the books. There were so many. By this time it was growing dusk, and wax candles and diamond and ruby candlesticks were beginning to light themselves in every room. Beauty found her supper served just at the time she preferred to have it, but she did not see anyone or hear a sound, and, though her father had warned her that she would be alone, she began to find it rather dull. But presently she heard the beast coming, and wondered tremblingly if he meant to eat her up now. However, as he did not seem at all ferocious, and only said gruffly, "Good evening, Beauty," she answered cheerfully and managed to conceal her terror. Then the beast asked her how she had been amusing herself, and she told him all the rooms she had seen. Then he asked if she thought she could be happy in his palace, and Beauty answered that everything was so beautiful, that she would be very hard to please if she could not be happy. And after about an hour's talk, Beauty began to think that the beast was not nearly so terrible as she had supposed at first. Then he got up to leave her and said in his gruff voice, "Do you love me, Beauty? Will you marry me?" "Oh, what shall I say?" cried Beauty, for she was afraid to make the beast angry by refusing. "Say yes or no, without fear," he replied. "Oh, no, beast," said Beauty hastily. "Since you will not, good night, Beauty," he said. And she answered, "Good night, beast," very glad to find that her refusal had not provoked him. And after he was gone, she was very soon in bed and asleep, and dreaming of her unknown prince. She thought he came and said to her, "Ah, Beauty, why are you so unkind to me? I fear I am fated to be unhappy for many a long day still." And then her dreams changed, but the charming prince figured in them all. And when morning came, her first thought was to look at the portrait and see if it was really like him, and she found that it certainly was. This morning she decided to amuse herself in the garden, for the sun shone and all the fountains were playing. But she was astonished to find that every place was familiar to her, and presently she came to the brook, where the myrtle trees were growing, where she had first met the prince in her dream, and that made her think more than ever that he must be kept a prisoner by the beast. When she was tired, she went back to the palace, and found a new room full of materials for every kind of work, ribbons to make into bows, and silk to work into flowers. Then there was an aviary full of rare birds, which were so tame that they flew to Beauty as soon as they saw her, and perched upon her shoulders and her head. "Pretty little creatures," she said, "how I wish that your cage was nearer to my room, that I might often hear you sing." So saying, she opened a door, and found to her delight that it led into her own room, though she had thought it was quite the other side of the palace. There were more birds in a room farther on, parrots and cockatoos that could talk, and they greeted Beauty by name. Indeed, she found them so entertaining that she took one or two back to her room, and they talked to her while she was at supper, after which the beast paid her his usual visit and asked the same questions as before, and then, with a gruff good night, he took his departure, and Beauty went to bed to dream of her mysterious prince. The days passed swiftly in different amusements, and after a while Beauty found out another strange thing in the palace, which often pleased her when she was tired of being alone. There was one room which she had not noticed particularly. It was empty, except that under each of the windows stood a very comfortable chair, and the first time she had looked out of the window, it had seemed to her that a black curtain prevented her from seeing anything outside. But the second time she went into the room, happening to be tired, she sat down in one of the chairs, when instantly the curtain was rolled aside, and a most amusing pantomime was acted before her. There were dances and colored lights, and music and pretty dresses, and it was all so gay that Beauty was in ecstasies. After that she tried the other 7 windows in turn, and there was some new and surprising entertainment to be seen from each of them, so that Beauty never could feel lonely anymore. Every evening after supper, the beast came to see her, and always, before saying good night, asked her in his terrible voice, "Beauty, will you marry me?" And it seemed to Beauty, now she understood him better, that when she said, "No, beast," he went away quite sad. But her happy dreams of the handsome young prince soon made her forget the poor beast, and the only thing that at all disturbed her was to be constantly told to distrust appearances, to let her heart guide her and not her eyes, and many other equally perplexing things, which, consider as she would, she could not understand. So everything went on for a long time, until at last, happy as she was, Beauty began to long for the sight of her father and her brothers and sisters. And one night, seeing her look very sad, the Beast asked her what was the matter. Beauty had quite ceased to be afraid of him. Now she knew that he was really gentle, in spite of his ferocious looks and his dreadful voice. So she answered that she was longing to see her home once more. Upon hearing this, the Beast seemed sadly distressed and cried miserably. "Ah, Beauty, have you the heart to desert an unhappy beast like this? What more do you want to make you happy? Is it because you hate me that you want to escape?" "No, dear Beast," answered Beauty softly. "I do not hate you, and I should be very sorry never to see you any more. But I long to see my father again. Only let me go for 2 months, and I promise to come back to you and stay for the rest of my life." The Beast, who had been sighing dolefully while she spoke, now replied, "I cannot refuse you anything you ask, even though it should cost me my life. Take the 4 boxes you will find in the room next to your own, and fill them with everything you wish to take with you. But remember your promise, and come back when the 2 months are over, or you may have cause to repent it. For if you do not come in good time, you will find your faithful Beast dead. You will not need any chariot to bring you back. Only say goodbye to all your brothers and sisters the night before you come away. And when you have gone to bed, turn this ring round upon your finger and say firmly, 'I wish to go back to my palace and see my Beast again.' Good night, Beauty. Fear nothing, sleep peacefully, and before long you shall see your father once more." As soon as Beauty was alone, she hastened to fill the boxes with all the rare and precious things she saw about her, and only when she was tired of heaping things into them did they seem to be full. Then she went to bed, but could hardly sleep for joy. And when at last she did begin to dream of her beloved prince, she was grieved to see him stretched upon a grassy bank, sad and weary, and hardly like himself. "What is the matter?" she cried. But he looked at her reproachfully and said, "How can you ask me, cruel one? Are you not leaving me to my death, perhaps?" "Ah, don't be so sorrowful," cried Beauty. "I am only going to assure my father that I am safe and happy. I have promised the Beast faithfully that I will come back, and he would die of grief if I did not keep my word." "What would that matter to you?" said the prince. "Surely you would not care." "Indeed, I should be ungrateful if I did not care for such a kind beast," cried Beauty indignantly. "I would die to save him from pain. I assure you it is not his fault that he is so ugly." Just then, a strange sound woke her. Someone was speaking not very far away, and opening her eyes, she found herself in a room she had never seen before, which was certainly not nearly so splendid as those she was used to in the Beast's palace. Where could she be? She got up and dressed hastily, and then saw that the boxes she had packed the night before were all in the room. While she was wondering by what magic the Beast had transported them and herself to this strange place, she suddenly heard her father's voice, and rushed out and greeted him joyfully. Her brothers and sisters were all astonished at her appearance, as they had never expected to see her again, and there was no end to the questions they asked her. She had also much to hear about what had happened to them while she was away, and of her father's journey home. But when they heard that she had only come to be with them for a short time, and then must go back to the Beast's palace forever, they lamented loudly. Then Beauty asked her father what he thought could be the meaning of her strange dreams, and why the prince constantly begged her not to trust appearances. After much consideration, he answered, "You tell me yourself that the Beast, frightful as he is, loves you dearly, and deserves your love and gratitude for his gentleness and kindness. I think the prince must mean you to understand that you ought to reward him by doing as he wishes you to, in spite of his ugliness. Beauty could not help seeing that this seemed very probable. Still, when she thought of her dear prince who was so handsome, she did not feel at all inclined to marry the beast. At any rate, for 2 months she need not decide, but could enjoy herself with her sisters. But though they were rich now, and lived in a town again, and had plenty of acquaintances, Beauty found that nothing amused her very much, and she often thought of the palace where she was so happy, especially as at home she never once dreamed of her dear prince, and she felt quite sad without him. Then her sisters seemed to have got quite used to being without her, and even found her rather in the way, so she would not have been sorry when the 2 months were over, but for her father and brothers, who begged her to stay, and seemed so grieved at the thought of her departure that she had not the courage to say goodbye to them. Every day when she got up she meant to say it at night, and when night came she put it off again, until at last she had a dismal dream, which helped her to make up her mind. She thought she was wandering in a lonely path in the palace gardens, when she heard groans which seemed to come from some bushes, hiding the entrance of a cave, and running quickly to see what could be the matter, she found the beast stretched out upon his side, apparently dying. He reproached her faintly with being the cause of his distress, and at the same moment a stately lady appeared and said very gravely, "Ah, Beauty, you are only just in time to save his life. See what happens when people do not keep their promises. If you had delayed 1 day more, you would have found him dead." Beauty was so terrified by this dream that the next morning she announced her intention of going back at once. And that very night she said goodbye to her father and all her brothers and sisters. And as soon as she was in bed, she turned her ring round upon her finger and said firmly, "I wish to go back to my palace and see my beast again," as she had been told to do. Then she fell asleep instantly, and only woke up to hear the clock saying, "Beauty, Beauty," 12 times in its musical voice, which told her at once that she was really in the palace once more. Everything was just as before, and her birds were so glad to see her. But Beauty thought she had never known such a long day, for she was so anxious to see the beast again that she felt as if supper time would never come. But when it did come, and no beast appeared, she was really frightened. So, after listening and waiting for a long time, she ran down into the garden to search for him. Up and down the paths and avenues ran poor Beauty, calling him in vain, for no one answered, and not a trace of him could she find, until, at last, quite tired, she stopped for a minute's rest, and saw that she was standing opposite the shady path she had seen in her dream. She rushed down it, and sure enough, there was the cave, and in it lay the beast, asleep, as Beauty thought. Quite glad to have found him, she ran up and stroked his head, but to her horror, he did not move or open his eyes. "Oh, he is dead, and it is all my fault," said Beauty, crying bitterly. But then, looking at him again, she fancied he still breathed, and hastily fetching some water from the nearest fountain, she sprinkled it over his face, and to her great delight he began to revive. "Oh, beast, how you frightened me," she cried. "I never knew how much I loved you until just now, when I feared I was too late to save your life." "Can you really love such an ugly creature as I am?" said the beast faintly. "Ah, Beauty, you only came just in time. I was dying because I thought you had forgotten your promise. But go back now and rest. I shall see you again by and by." Beauty, who had half expected that he would be angry with her, was reassured by his gentle voice and went back to the palace, where supper was awaiting her. And afterwards the beast came in as usual and talked about the time she had spent with her father, asking if she had enjoyed herself and if they had all been very glad to see her. Beauty answered politely and quite enjoyed telling him all that had happened to her. And when at last the time came for him to go, and he asked, as he had so often asked before, "Beauty, will you marry me?" she answered softly, "Yes, dear beast." As she spoke, a blaze of light sprang up before the windows of the palace. Fireworks crackled and guns banged, and across the avenue of orange trees, in letters all made of fireflies, was written, "Long live the prince and his bride." Turning to ask the beast what it could all mean, Beauty found that he had disappeared, and in his place stood her long-loved prince. At the same moment, the wheels of a chariot were heard upon the terrace, and two ladies entered the room. One of them Beauty recognized as the stately lady she had seen in her dreams. The other was also so grand and queenly that Beauty hardly knew which to greet first. But the one she already knew said to her companion, "Well, Queen, this is Beauty, who has had the courage to rescue your son from the terrible enchantment. They love one another, and only your consent to their marriage is wanting to make them perfectly happy." "I consent with all my heart," cried the Queen. "How can I ever thank you enough, charming girl, for having restored my dear son to his natural form?" And then she tenderly embraced Beauty and the prince, who had meanwhile been greeting the fairy and receiving her congratulations. "Now," said the fairy to Beauty, "I suppose you would like me to send for all your brothers and sisters to dance at your wedding." And so she did, and the marriage was celebrated the very next day with the utmost splendor, and Beauty and the prince lived happily ever after. Sleeping Beauty. Chapter 1. Once upon a time, there were a king and a queen who were very unhappy because they had no children. Everything else that the heart could wish for was theirs. They were rich. They lived in a wonderful palace full of the costliest treasures. Their kingdom was at peace, and their people were prosperous. Yet none of these things contented them, because they wanted a little child of their own to love and to care for. And though they had been married several years, no child had come to them. Every day the king would look at the queen and say, "Ah, if we only had a little child." And the queen would look at the king and sigh, and they were both very miserable about it. Then they would put on their golden crowns and sit side by side on their thrones, while lords and ladies and ambassadors from other lands came to pay them homage, and they had to smile with their lips for the sake of politeness, but there was no joy in their hearts. And that is one of the greatest disadvantages of being a king or a queen, that one has always to hide one's feelings. Now it happened one day that the queen went to her bath, and having dismissed her ladies, she descended the marble steps into the water, and began, idly, to play with some wild rose petals which had fallen into the water. All of a sudden she heard a croaking voice that said, "O Queen, be cheerful, for the dearest wish of your heart will be granted you." "Who is that?" cried the queen, a little frightened, for she could see nobody. "Look behind you," croaked the voice, "and do not be afraid, for I come only to bear you good tidings." So the queen looked behind her, and there was a great frog who looked at her with its big round eyes. Now the queen was afraid of frogs, because they were cold and clammy, but she was very polite by nature as well as breeding, so she did not show her dislike, though she could not help shrinking back a little. "And do you tell me, Master Frog," said she, "that I shall have the wish of my heart, and do you know what that wish may be?" "It is to have a little small child of your own," said the frog, and the queen nodded. "Very well," the frog went on. "Do you see the green leaves of that almond tree on the branch by the window?" "I do," replied the queen wonderingly. "Those green leaves will fade," said the frog, "and the winter winds will blow them away. Then the branch will be bare. But in springtime, before the leaves come again, it will be covered with pink blossom, and that blossom you shall show to a baby lying at your breast." The queen gave a cry of joy. A ray of sunlight came through the trees, dazzling her eyes so that she had to close them for a moment. When she opened them again, the frog had gone, and nothing was to be seen but the dainty rose petals floating on the surface of the water. Chapter 2. Those were wonderful tidings to be spoken by a frog, who came no one knew whence, and went no one knew whither. But the queen believed that the prophecy would prove true, and she was right. For when the springtime came again, and the almond blossom was pink upon the bough, she gave birth to a little daughter who was so beautiful that nobody had ever seen her like. Now what joy there was in the hearts of everybody in the palace. The king was so excited that he went into council in his dressing gown instead of his royal robe, and he did not care a bit when his courtiers smiled. There was coming and going in all the halls and corridors. Couriers on swift horses were sent out to bear the glad news to the most distant parts of the kingdom. All the bells in the churches were rung. Flags were put out in the houses and streamers were hung across the roadways. Then the cannons were fired, bang, 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 to tell the people that everybody was to have a holiday, so that all, from the highest to the lowest, might rejoice in their queen's happiness. "Never was there such a beautiful child," said the king, looking down at his little daughter as she lay in her mother's arms. He wanted very much to nurse her, but this could not be allowed, because men are so clumsy with babies. "What shall her name be?" said the king, and he suggested all the grandest names he could call to mind, for he thought that such a wonderful child must certainly have a name to suit. But the queen would have none of them. "She shall be called Briar Rose," said the queen, and so it was arranged. A few weeks later, the christening took place. That was a splendid ceremony, to be sure, for all the lords and ladies of the kingdom were present in their richest dresses, together with princes and ambassadors from distant countries. The little princess was as good as gold all the time. She did not cry once, but opened her big blue eyes and smiled at the glittering company, as though she understood everything that was going on. Outside the cathedral, the roads were crowded with people waiting to see the guests come and go. The carriages extended for nearly a mile, and as they drove away, headed by the royal coach, in which the queen sat with the Princess Briar Rose in her arms, the spectators took off their hats and shouted and cheered. Some of the little boys perched themselves on the branches of trees and the lampposts in order to get a better view, and I have been told that there was one poor woman who saw nothing at all, because her boy tried to climb up to an inn sign, where he dangled in such a dangerous position that his poor old mother had to stand, with her back to the procession, holding onto his legs in a terrible state of anxiety, lest he should fall. At the palace, a magnificent feast had been prepared. Now it was the custom in those days, when a king's child was christened, for all the fairies in the country to be invited to the christening feast. Each fairy was bound to bring a gift, so of course it stood to reason that the royal child would have everything that the heart could possibly desire. There were 13 fairies in the king's realm, but one of them lived in a lonely place on the outskirts of the kingdom. There, for the last 50 years, she had shut herself up in a ruined tower, with only a black cat to keep her company, and as she kept herself to herself, everybody had forgotten her very existence. The result was that she was not invited to the christening feast, and though she had nobody but herself to blame for this, she was very angry about it. The truth of the matter is that she was always a miserable, sour creature, with no love or kindness in her heart, and nobody missed her because she had never given anybody any reason to care for her. Well, the guests assembled in the banqueting hall of the palace, and the feast began. Chapter 3. The king and the queen sat on a dais at the end of the banqueting hall, and above them in a little gallery there was a band of fiddlers and flute players. On either side of the royal pair sat the 12 fairy godmothers, 6 on the right hand and 6 on the left. In front of each fairy was a golden plate and a golden casket made to hold her knife, fork, and spoon. These caskets were beautifully carved and engraved, and each one was of a different shape. One was in the form of a ship, another of a shell, the third in the form of a castle with turrets, and so on. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined, for they had all been specially made for the occasion by the cleverest goldsmiths in the kingdom, and they were the king's presents to the fairy godmothers. He felt very proud when the fairies spoke admiringly of these caskets and said that they would be pleased to accept them. Below the dais were 6 long tables for the guests, and there was only just room between the tables for the servants to pass, so you may judge how crowded the room was. Such a glittering of silks, such a flashing of jewels, such a dazzle and splendor had never been seen since the time of the king's coronation, and all the guests were laughing and talking merrily. The court painter was there, of course, to make a picture of the gorgeous scene, and was kept so busy sketching on his tablets that he had no time to get any food, though probably he had a good meal afterwards. And the nice things there were to eat. There were force meatballs flavored with rare spices from the East, sardines from Sardinia, tunny fish from the Mediterranean, and sturgeon from Russia, steaming boars' heads with lemons in their mouths, turkeys, peacocks, and swans, ortolans, wonderful roasts and delicious stews, roe deer and bear's hams, sweets in all sorts of curious shapes, as for instance, cakes like castles, with little men made of sweet stuff for sentries on the battlements, each complete in gilded armor, and with a halberd over his shoulder, a rare sight, and eagles carved of ice hovering over silver dishes filled with apricots. Then followed the smaller dishes, tiny cakes as white and delicate as ladies' fingers, birds' nests made of spun sugar, and in the nests were eggs of marshmallow, and in each egg was a tiny chicken made of caramel, figs and dates from the desert, other fruits in and out of season, syrups and preserves fetched from the 4 corners of the world, wines cooled in snow from the distant mountains. One might fill pages merely by setting down the names of all the delicacies. Each dish was brought in by the servants in a kind of procession, headed by the master cook, looking as grand and solemn as an archbishop, for he was a grave and dignified person, and of course he had a great responsibility. The guests were served by little page boys of noble birth, dressed in the liveries of their masters, and these pages handed the dishes and the wines most politely on their bended knees, as they had been taught to do. So the guests enjoyed themselves, and the fiddlers played, and the king laughed at everything everybody said, because he was in a mighty good humor. And the bright afternoon sun, shining through the western windows, lighted up the rich hangings on the walls, and flashed upon the jewels on the fair lady's fingers, and fell upon the marble pavement in a pool of gold. And then, you know, when the merriment was at its height, something happened. There was a sudden cry, and a harsh voice, like the croaking of a raven, sounded through the room. "Be merry, my lords and ladies," cried the voice. "Laugh while you may, but remember that tears may follow laughter." A hush fell upon all the brilliant assembly. The queen turned pale and shuddered. The king rose hurriedly from his place, and he and all the guests turned to look at the strange figure that had suddenly appeared in the doorway. They saw an old woman bent almost double with age, her gray head with matted hair sunk deep between her shoulders. Her face was white and twisted with anger, and her green eyes flashed spitefully. Slowly she advanced toward the dais, and stretching out her arm, pointed her finger at the gold plates and the gold caskets set before the fairy godmothers. "There's one," said she, with a harsh laugh. There's 2, there's 12. Did you not know, O king, that there were 13 wise women in your kingdom, and the 13th the wisest and most powerful of all? Where, then, is the plate and the casket set for me?" The king began to make excuses, imploring the angry old fairy to forgive him for his neglect, and begging her to sit down and join them in their festivities. "For," said he, "I am sure you are very welcome." "Is it so indeed?" said the 13th fairy. "I am not too late then, though the feast is all but done. I shall eat off silver while my sisters eat off gold, and there is no curiously shaped casket for me. No matter, I am content, because I am in time, and I shall dower the princess with the gift which I have brought for her." And here the spiteful creature uttered another of her sneering laughs, which made the blood of all the guests run cold. By dint of much coaxing, the king at last managed to persuade her to sit down, and the feast proceeded. But a chill had been cast over the assembly, and nothing was quite the same as it had been before. The old crone muttered and mouthed over her food, now and again smiling to herself, as though she were cherishing some secret and evil triumph. The other fairies cast anxious glances at her, for they feared her malice, and the youngest fairy of all, who happened to be seated at the end of the table, presently rose up quietly from her place, and stealing away, hid herself behind the arras, and nobody saw her go, nor did a single person remark upon her absence. Chapter 4. And now came the time for the most important part of the ceremony, when the fairy godmothers should declare their gifts to the royal child. All this time, the little Princess Briar Rose had been quietly sleeping in her cradle in the nursery, watched over by an old servant who had tended her mother as a child. Now the king gave orders for the baby to be brought into the banqueting hall. The guests ceased their laughter and talk, and the musicians laid by their instruments. So the sleeping child was brought and placed in her mother's arms. How tenderly she clasped the baby to her breast, bending over it as though to shield it from all harm. So sweet a sight should have touched the hardest heart, and indeed there was only one person in the room who remained unmoved, and that was the spiteful and jealous fairy, who looked up and bared her yellow teeth in a sneering grin. "Queen," said she, "your face is pale, and your lips tremble. What is it that you fear on this day of the giving of gifts?" But the queen shuddered and was silent. Then a fairy rose in her place and said, "I will begin. My gift to the Princess Briar Rose is the gift of beauty. She shall have eyes like stars, and hair as bright as the sunshine of the spring day on which she was born, and cheeks as fresh and fair as the petals of the flower from which she takes her name. None shall surpass her in loveliness." Then the second fairy rose in her turn and said, "After beauty, wit. The princess shall be cleverer than any ordinary mortal could ever hope to be." "I give her virtue," said the third, and the queen nodded her head and smiled, for though she esteemed beauty and cleverness, she knew that neither was of any worth without goodness of heart. So all the fairies in turn named the gift which they had brought for Briar Rose. The fourth said that whatever the princess put her hand to, she should do with the most exquisite grace. The fifth, that she should sing like a nightingale. The sixth, that she should dance as lightly as a fairy. And so on, until she had nearly all the virtues and accomplishments which even a king might desire for his daughter. But as yet, the spiteful old fairy had not said a word. At last she rose and cast an evil glance around. "Have you all finished?" said she. "Hear, then, my wish. On the day when she reaches her 15th birthday, the princess shall prick her finger with the spindle of a spinning wheel and shall immediately die. This terrible prophecy made the whole company shudder. The queen gave a cry and hugged the sleeping baby still closer to her breast. "No, no, have pity," she cried. "Call down your dreadful fate on my head if you will, but do not harm this innocent child." At this mournful appeal, there was hardly one of the guests who could keep from tears, but the old crone only mumbled to herself as though she were uttering a spell. Then the king leapt to his feet, his hand at the jeweled hilt of the dagger that hung at his girdle. In another moment, he might have stretched the wicked creature lifeless at his feet. But before he could draw the weapon from its sheath, another voice arrested him. "Stay your hand, O king, lest even worse befall. No mortal may strike at a fairy and go unpunished. And for the rest, take comfort, for your daughter shall not die." Then the 12th fairy stepped out from behind the arras where she had been hidden. "My gift is still to come," she continued. "As far as I can, I will undo the mischief which my sister has done. It is true that I have not the power to prevent altogether what she has decreed. The princess shall indeed prick her finger with the spindle of a spinning wheel on the day when she attains her 15th year. But instead of dying, she shall fall into a deep sleep. And this sleep shall last for 100 years. And when that time is past, a king's son shall come to waken her." Chapter 5. So the worst was averted, but the fate of the poor little princess was still terrible enough, and it was only to be expected that the king should do his best to prevent the prophecy from coming to fulfillment. The first thing he did was to summon all the magicians of his own and neighboring countries, promising a rich reward to the one who could show him a way to defeat the old fairy's malice. The magicians came in scores, some with long beards reaching to their feet, some without any beards at all, some with bald heads, and some with matted hair that looked as though it had not been combed for centuries. For days, there were so many magicians about the palace that they were commoner than cats, and it was impossible to enter any room without surprising one or the other of them, sitting in deep reflection and looking as wise as only a magician can look. But nothing came of their thinking, and, one after the other, they gave up the task and departed, having first asked for their traveling expenses. At last there came a wizard, who was wiser and more venerable than all the rest. And when he heard what was required of him, he said he would go home and consult his secret books, which contained the magic lore of all the ages, and which had been written by the greatest of all the magicians, Merlin himself. Home, then, he went, to his cell, which was in a rocky cliff on the side of a mountain, and having uttered the word of power which unlocked the massive door, he entered and prepared to begin his researches. Now the books of magic lore which Merlin had written were in many volumes, and everything in them was set down in alphabetical order, so that it could be found easily. The old wizard, therefore, turned first of all to the word princess. 500 pages were devoted to this subject, and truly there was a great deal of very interesting information, as thus: Princess, how to transform Goose Girl into. Spell for causing princess to be surrounded with high walls of bronze, which may by no means be broken down except by the notes of a certain trumpet, QV. Now, QV are the first letters of 2 magic words which are to be found in all dictionaries and encyclopedias to this day. Princess, enchanted ring for, a new and improved method by which she may be changed into a fawn together with any members of her family according to desire, and all of them transformed back again into their proper shape. Princess, an excellent device for causing a princess to grow tall or short by eating of a mushroom, with directions how to find the place where the mushroom grows, and precautions to be taken lest by overmuch nibbling she disappear altogether, and so on. but there was never a word about how to prevent a princess from falling into a charmed sleep through pricking her finger with the spindle of a spinning wheel. So, when he had read through all the 500 pages, the venerable wizard turned to the word sleep in the hope that he would meet with better fortune. And there was much reliable information under this heading also. There were recipes for potent drugs which would cause sleep, and for still more potent drugs which would prevent people from going to sleep. And when the wizard came to this last, he cried out eagerly, for he thought that he had succeeded in his quest, until he read on, and discovered that the spell described was only for use on wicked queens who had shamefully ill-used their stepchildren. It is very easy to make a mistake in magic, for it is a most complicated science. By the time he had read through the 200 pages devoted to the word sleep, the venerable wizard was very uneasy, but he was a persevering person, and he did not abandon his endeavors. Merlin's wise books having failed him, he cast about for other means to learn what he desired, and consulted his oracle. Now, his oracle was a stuffed crocodile hanging from the ceiling, and a voice came from it which told him to repeat the magic formula. The magic formula is a sentence made up of all the sounds that are left out of ordinary speech, and it is a fearsome thing to listen to. It is also very exhausting to say, and after the venerable wizard had repeated it, he was obliged to rest for several hours. Then he rose again and drew pentagons on the rocky floor of his cave, and crossed triangles and circles bordered with all the signs of the zodiac. Then he stood in the middle of the pentagons and the crossed triangles and the circles, and went through all sorts of strange and secret rites, but all to no purpose. But still he would not give up trying, and he went to mysterious places in the woods, and gathered strange herbs in the dark of the moon. And, returning home, he cast the herbs into a brazier, and they burnt with flames of many colors, giving out clouds of dense smoke and a most horrible smell. Then, as these exercises did not bring him the result he desired, he gazed into crystals, and poured ink into the palm of his hand, and did all the other things that he had learned to do in all the years since he was apprenticed to magic as a very small boy. And, just as he was going to give up the quest in despair, a thought came into his head, and he cried aloud for joy, for he knew he had discovered what he sought. This shows how even the most difficult things may be attained by perseverance and patience. At the top of his speed, he hastened back to the palace and asked an audience of the king. This was immediately granted, for, to tell the truth, the king was awaiting his return with considerable anxiety. "Well," said he, "have you succeeded in finding a way?" "I have," answered the venerable wizard. "My arts have not failed me," and he handed the king a piece of parchment, on which were written the following words. They were written in Latin to make them look more important, but very likely it was not good Latin, for the venerable wizard had been apprenticed to his trade at an early age, and in consequence his classical education had been somewhat neglected. But this was the meaning of them. Shall spindle prick, then spindle burn, no thread weave and no wheel turn. If there's no spindle and there's no wheel, then no finger the spindle can feel. The king slapped his thigh for joy. "Why, of course," said he. "How is it that I did not myself think of such a simple solution? It seems to me, wizard, that you have easily earned your 1,000 crowns. "Ah, Majesty," the wizard made answer, "all things are simple when once you know them." And in this he was quite right. Chapter 6. The king lost no time in putting the wizard's counsel into effect. The very next day he caused a proclamation to be written, and ordered copies of it to be fixed on all the church doors and in all the public places of every town in his kingdom. This is the way the proclamation read. Whereas a certain malicious fairy, forgetful of the duties she owes to the most high and puissant king and queen, rightful sovereigns of these realms, and to the Princess Briar-Rose, their dearly loved daughter, has, of malice aforethought, and with intent to work grievous bodily harm to the person of the said princess, in the presence of the said most puissant sovereigns, and of divers of their loyal subjects, made and uttered a prophecy, to wit, that said princess shall, in her 15th year, prick her finger with the spindle of the spinning wheel, and that a certain dire misfortune shall fall upon her because of that injury, to the sorrow of her loving parents. Now be it decreed that all spinning wheels or instruments of spinning whatsoever, in the possession of any subjects of the king's most excellent majesty, whether they be worked by hand or by treadle, or by any other device, together with all spindles, shuttles, bobbins, and all other accessories or appurtenances thereunto belonging, shall forthwith be rendered up to the officers of the king's most excellent majesty appointed to receive them. And be it further decreed that if any person or persons fail to observe or obey this edict or ordinance, by unlawfully retaining any instrument of spinning or accessory thereunto, such persons shall be dealt with according to the full rigor of the law, and shall suffer the penalty of death, given under our royal hand and seal. The issue of this proclamation caused a great deal of interest and excitement throughout the kingdom. All the people came out of their houses to gaze at it, for they had never seen its like before. And, though very few of them knew how to read, they realized that it must mean something very important. So they sent for clerks and scholars to read it to them, paying a penny apiece for the service, which pennies the clerks and scholars, being usually extraordinarily needy persons, were very glad to earn. It usually took about 3 hours to read the proclamation and to explain it, and one must admit that it might have been expressed in fewer words. To do so, however, would not have been dignified, for this proclamation was what is called a legal instrument. The very next day, into each town and village of the kingdom, the king's officers came riding. Before them went a trumpeter who stopped at the head of each street and blew a loud call. Having thus commanded attention, he marched past the houses, calling in a loud voice, "Bring out your spinning wheels, bring out your spinning wheels." So the people brought them out, not without grumbling, for a spinning wheel is a very useful thing to have in a house, and in those days people spun and wove their own cloth to make their clothes, but they were afraid to disobey the king's order. And the spinning wheels were of all shapes and sizes, some of them new and some of them hundreds of years old, and there was hardly a house that did not possess one of some kind or another. They were all collected together and loaded into wagons and taken to the capital, where they were piled up into an immense heap in the public square. Then the king and queen and all the court came out and watched while the big heap was set on fire. The people came out to watch too in their thousands, and a very fine sight it was to see the enormous flames shooting up into the air, and to hear the crackle and hiss of the burning wood that sounded like the discharge of 100 muskets. The king laughed aloud in his relief, and even the queen smiled, while the little Princess Briar-Rose, who was held up to a window of the palace to see the bonfire, stretched out her arms to the pretty flames and crowed. But the people were not very much amused by the sight, because they were their spinning wheels which were being burnt. "I've had my wheel for 20 years, said one woman, "and now I've none at all. And how on earth I can get along without it, I don't know, with 6 growing lads to find breeches for. 5 silver crowns my wheel cost my good man last Candlemas," said another, "and there it goes up in flames and smoke." "What is a wheel if the burning of it saves our little princess?" quoth a third. "Come, cheer up, mother. The king has reason for what he does, and he will not see us want." And this man was right, The king had no wish to oppress his subjects, for no sooner was the pile reduced to ashes than he caused another proclamation to be issued, saying that the owner of every spinning wheel should be paid for its loss. And not only so, but the king told his merchants to buy spun yarn from neighboring countries, so that the people might be able to weave, even though they could not spin. Chapter 7. The little Princess Briar Rose, of course, knew nothing of the strange events that had happened at the feast of her christening, and the king gave orders that nobody should even mention the subject to her. It is not a pleasant thing to know that the fairies have decreed that one shall fall asleep for 100 years on one's 15th birthday, even though one is to be awakened by a handsome prince at the end of that time. So all the lords in waiting and the ladies in waiting had to be very careful and discreet. If they told the princess a story, they had to keep the word spinning out of it, and if they showed her a book, they had to take pains to see it did not contain a picture of a spinning wheel or any reference to a distaff or spindle, lest she should ask what they were. The king's customs officers on the boundaries of the kingdom had to examine every wagon load of merchandise that came into the country, for fear it should contain a spinning wheel. And if anybody was found trying to smuggle one in, he was brought before the judges and punished. By these devices, the king felt certain that he had averted the fate laid upon his daughter. But the promises of the other wise women were fulfilled to the letter, for the young princess grew up to be the most beautiful, gifted, and gracious maiden in all the world. That, at any rate, was what everybody in the palace said, from the lords and ladies down to the scullions in the kitchen. And although people are inclined sometimes to flatter royalty, in this case there was reason for their admiration. To begin with, the princess was as lovely as a spring morning, with eyes of the purest, softest blue, and hair in which the rays of the sun seemed to be entangled. When she came into a room, people stopped whatever they were doing to look at her, and everyone felt happier because she was there. And her cleverness. She never had any trouble with her letters or her multiplication table. She could cipher as easily as she could spell. She knew the history of her own country and of every country round it, and nobody could puzzle her with the hardest questions in geography. She could sew and embroider and knit and paint and draw. She could repeat poetry in 5 different languages. She studied mathematics and botany and astronomy and even law. In short, there was no end to her knowledge, and all because she had those fairies for her godmothers. Besides this, there were all her other accomplishments. She could play on all sorts of musical instruments, as for instance, fiddle and zither, large harp and juice harp, church organ and mouth organ, flute and penny whistle, and even on the nursery comb. She could sing like a nightingale and dance like a fairy. And yet she was never conceited or puffed up, as some good-looking and accomplished people are apt to be. On the contrary, she was always sweet-tempered and modest, and for this reason she was loved. People may admire good looks and a graceful deportment, and they may respect ability, but it is only sweetness of nature and goodness of heart that can win love, and these things were the gift of the third fairy. So the years passed, and at last came the day when the Princess Briar Rose was 15 years of age. What a day that was. Everybody came to wish her many happy returns, and she had so many presents that at least a dozen servants were kept busy unwrapping the parcels. The king gave her a white pony with a saddle of red velvet and bridle and stirrups of gold, while the queen's present was a beautiful and costly necklace of pearls. Even the boy who turned the spit in the kitchen brought her something, and though it was only a little wooden shoe which he had carved with his own hands, the princess prized it just as much as though it had been made of gold. The only person who was not happy on the princess's birthday was the queen, and she went about with a pale face and a look of great anxiety. "Come, come, my love," said the king. "What is the matter with you?" Surely you are not thinking of that foolish old prophecy." "How can I help thinking about it?" the queen answered. "I have not been able to get it out of my mind for 15 years, and now that the day has come, I am afraid." "Make your mind easy," said the king. "Nothing is going to happen. Why, there's not a spinning wheel within 100 miles. I have taken good care of that." And he went away chuckling to attend a meeting of his cabinet. But the queen shook her head. Now while the king and queen were talking, the Princess Briar Rose was wandering about in the castle, visiting room after room, as she had done many times before. The castle was so big that a stranger might easily have been lost in its maze of stairways and corridors. But Briar Rose knew every part of it quite well, from the great kitchens below ground, where on feast days a score of cooks prepared the dinner for hundreds of guests, to the topmost turret above the battlements, where the sentries kept watch with their pikes on their shoulders. There was only one part of the castle which Briar Rose had never explored, and that was an ancient tower which rose from the eastern end. The door of that tower was always locked, and although the princess had often tried to find the key, she had never succeeded. The servants told her that the tower had not been inhabited for nearly 100 years, and it had never been entered within the memory of anybody in the castle. Today, Briar Rose flitted restlessly from place to place. She peeped into the kitchen and saw the kitchen boys turning the spits on which whole oxen were being roasted. Then she went into the empty throne room and saw the golden thrones side by side upon the dais, and the rich tapestry glowing with all the colors of the rainbow on the walls. After that she mounted to the battlements from which she could see over miles and miles of her father's kingdom. And, not content with that, she ran up the staircases into the turrets and looked through their narrow slits of windows upon the courtyard below, so far down that the people walking therein seemed no bigger than mice. And then she came down again and continued her wanderings, searching in all sorts of out-of-the-way corners, until, at last, she found herself before the door of the ancient tower, into which she had never been. And as she looked at the door, she gave a start of surprise and then a cry of joy. There was a key in the lock. Chapter 8. It was a rusty key, and Briar Rose was afraid that she might not be able to turn it. But to her surprise, it turned quite easily. The heavy door swung inward on its ancient hinges with many a creak and groan, and she found herself in a little dark room thickly carpeted with the dust of years. From this room, a winding staircase led upward, and Briar Rose was just about to climb the stair when a sudden noise made her start back in alarm. Whirr! There was a beating of wings, a flurry and a scuffle, and past her face flew a dark shape with gleaming yellow eyes. It was only an owl who was hiding in the tower out of the sunlight, but he gave poor Briar Rose a great fright, and she was in two minds whether to turn back or not. But the winding staircase looked very inviting, and she wanted to see whither it led. So, gathering up her skirts to avoid any creepy things that might be crawling about, she ran up the stairway as fast as she could, round and round until she reached the top. There she came upon another door. In this door also was a rusty key, and Briar Rose turned it as easily as she had turned the first. Then she pushed open the door and entered. She found herself in a small room, lighted by narrow windows. Beneath one of these windows was a couch, and in front of it sat an old woman with a spinning wheel. "Good morrow, motherkin," said the princess. "What are you doing?" "I am spinning, my pretty child," answered the old woman without ceasing her work. "Spinning?" asked the princess. "Oh, do let me see. What is that thing which goes round so merrily?" "That is the spinning wheel," said the old woman. "Why, "Child, you speak as though you had never seen such a thing before." "Indeed I have not," said the princess. "How interesting it is. I wonder whether I could do it as well as you. Will you let me try?" "Why, of course," said the old woman. "Every young girl should know how to spin. Here you are, my dear," and she gave Briar Rose the spindle. Now, whether the princess, in her eagerness to seize the spindle, grasped it too roughly, or whether it was just because the fairy had ordained that it should be so, I do not know. But anyhow, the sharp iron point pricked her hand, and immediately she fell backward onto the couch, in a deep sleep. And in that very moment, sleep fell upon every man, woman, and child in the castle, and upon every living thing within its gates. The king, who was sitting at the council board with his ministers, stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence, and remained with his mouth open, in the act of uttering a word. And nobody remarked the strangeness of his conduct, for all his ministers were asleep too, just as they sat. Outside the door, the sentry leaned upon his pike. In the queen's chamber, the ladies in waiting fell into a profound slumber in the very midst of what they were doing. One as she was hemming a handkerchief, another over her embroidery, still another while she was talking to her parrot. The queen slept in her chair, and a little page boy who was singing fell asleep in the middle of a note. All through the castle the charmed slumber spread. Courtiers, officers, stewards, cooks, errand boys, soldiers, beadles, nay, the very horses in the stables and the dogs in their kennels were stricken motionless as though they were dead. The flies ceased to buzz at the windows, and the pigeons to coo upon the roof. In the great kitchen, the scullions fell asleep as they were washing up the dishes, and a cook in the very act of boxing the ears of a kitchen knave. But not for 100 years would he feel that blow, or be able to utter the cry that was on the tip of his tongue. The dog fell asleep under the table as he was gnawing a bone, the cat in front of a mouse hole, the mouse itself on the other side of the skirting board, with its little sharp nose outstretched to sniff the air suspiciously. Even the spits which were turning at the fire, laden with partridges and pheasants cooking for the princess's birthday feast, even they ceased to turn, and the very fire stopped flickering, and the flames sank down. A deep silence fell over the castle. In the fields, the lambs ceased to bleat, the horses to neigh, and the cows to low. The birds in the trees were silent. One moment the air was full of the music of their twittering. The next, all was as still as in a desert. The very wind dropped to sleep in the woods. Not a leaf stirred, and the white clouds were motionless in the sky. So sleep fell upon the enchanted castle and upon all within it, because of the Princess Briar Rose, who lay there on her couch in the ancient tower, waiting till the 100 years should be past, and the prince should come to waken her. And all round the castle there grew up a hedge of thorn, tangled with ivy, woodbine, and creeping plants, so dense that from a distance it seemed like a little wood. Higher and higher it grew, closing round the castle like a wall, until all that could be seen was the top of the highest tower, and the flagstaff from which the royal standard hung limp and motionless. And the years went by, each with its changing seasons. Spring came and brought to the fields and woods outside the new life of leaf and flower. The trees awoke from their winter sleep and clothed themselves gloriously in green. The birds began to sing again, and the swallows and martins built their nests under the eaves. Children laughed and clapped their hands because they were happy in the bright sunshine, and old people felt their hearts filled with joy when they saw the mist of bluebells in the woods and the daffodils dancing in the breeze. But within the thorn hedge no life stirred, and neither flower nor tree answered the call of spring. As time went on, the people who were young when the palace was enchanted grew old and died. But they never forgot the prophecy that one of these days the sleeping princess should awaken, and they told the story to their children, who told it in their turn, changing it a little because it was only a tale to them. And so, after many years, the legend spread abroad to neighboring countries, and many a young prince dreamed that it was he who was destined to break the spell and awaken the sleeping princess. Now and again, one would take the quest upon him and try to force his way through the thick hedge, but no one succeeded. The sharp thorns gripped the unhappy young men like clutching hands and held them fast, so that they could neither go forward nor back, and they perished miserably. Their bones, whitened by the sun and wind, remained there as a warning for all to see, and the creeping plants grew over them. Chapter 9. 100 years passed away. At the end of that time, it happened one day that a young prince, who was hunting in the neighborhood, caught sight of the towers of the enchanted castle rising above the dense forest. He had never been in that part of the country before, and had heard nothing of the story of the sleeping princess, so he asked the first people he met what those towers were, and to whom the castle belonged. Everybody told him a different tale. One said that it was an old castle, haunted by spirits. Another, that it was a meeting place for all the witches and sorcerers in the land, who gathered there to practice their secret rites. No, no, said a third. That castle is the home of a giant, and all the people in these parts are very much afraid of him. So I have been told, because he steals their cattle and their crops, and even carries off their children to be his servants. And they cannot go to the rescue of those he has imprisoned in this way, because of the forest all around the castle, which is so dense that nobody can force his way through. And so they went on, one saying one thing and one another, for each repeated what he had heard. At last an old peasant stepped forward. 50 years ago, my prince, said he, my father told me the story of that castle, and since he was born in these parts, I think it was the true story, and I will tell it to you if you would like to hear it. The prince nodded eagerly, and the old man went on. My father said that years before he himself was born, the king and queen lived in the castle with their daughter, the most beautiful princess that ever was seen. In some way or other, they angered the fairies, who put a spell upon the place and upon everyone within it, so that they fell into a deep sleep. My father said that this sleep would last 100 years, but at the end of that time, a king's son should come and waken the beautiful princess and make her his bride. When the young prince heard these words, he felt his heart beat quickly. Something seemed to tell him that he and no other was the king's son who was destined to remove the spell, and he cried, "Show me the way to the castle, for I will take this adventure upon me." But the old man shook his head. "I have not yet told you all, my prince. Many are the young men who have tried to force their way through the thick wood that guards the enchanted castle. Each of them thought that he, and he alone, was destined to awaken the sleeping beauty, and each of them set out with high hopes, but none of them all came back, and their bones, whitened by the wind and rain, lie among the thorns of the thick hedge, a fearful warning to the venturesome. I pray you, therefore, my prince, do nothing rash, but think well before you take upon yourself this perilous quest." "What?" cried the prince with flashing eyes. "Shall I hold back when others have dared? This very hour I will attempt to enter the castle, and if I do not return, carry home the news of how I have died." Then, without paying any heed to the words of those who would prevent him from rushing into such danger, The eager young man set out, his heart on fire with thoughts of love and glory. Nobody showed him the way, but he could see the towers of the castle rising above the distant wood. And when he entered the wood itself, and the towers were hidden, each path he took led him nearer to the palace where he would be. At last, he came to an open glade, and there before him was a tangled hedge of thorn, stretching in either direction as far as the eye could see. Chapter 10. And now, as the prince drew nearer, he could see that the story he had heard about that terrible place was true, for held in the tangle of briar were the bones of many unhappy young men who had tried to force their way through to the castle. Rags and tatters of their finery hung upon the great thorns that pointed menacingly, like sharp claws. Here and there upon the ground beneath lay pieces of rusty armor, a helmet surrounded by a coronet of gold that once had belonged to a king's son, a shield with a prince's device, a sword with jewel-encrusted hilt worth a king's ransom. There they lay, all disregarded among the blanched bones upon the grass, and the ground ivy spread out its leaves to cover them. Not a sound broke the deep and awful silence. No bird sang, no insect droned. There was no scurry of woodland creatures among the leaves, no sigh of wind in the trees. In all that place, only the thorn hedge seemed threateningly alive, waiting to destroy the intruder who should attempt to force the secret it guarded. Who would blame the prince if for a moment his heart had almost failed him? There was no gap in that hedge, and the great thorns were sharp as dagger blades to stab his flesh. But if the prince hesitated, it was not for long. Have I come so far to turn back now, he thought. These others who have died here were brave men, and though they failed, with a courage as great as theirs, I may succeed. And, without wasting another moment, the prince began to force his way through the hedge. And now he noticed, with surprise, that those thorns which looked so sharp and cruel became soft as thistledown as soon as he touched them, and the trailing bramble branches did not entangle him, but bent aside at his touch as though they had been stems of grass. The hedge opened before him, and, as he went through it, pink blossoms of wild roses bloomed on the branches, until the tangled wall became a mass of flowers. At last the prince found himself on the other side of the hedge, in the gardens of the castle. Before him he could see the high towers and turrets, bathed in the fresh light of the morning sun, and as he hastened towards them, he noticed that the gardens were as trim and tidy as though they had just been tended by the gardeners. There was no moss or weed upon the smooth paths. The turf on the lawns was as short and firm as though it had just been mown, and in the flower beds, everything was in the most careful order. Spring flowers were blooming there, but they bowed their heads upon their stalks, and even the trees seemed to hang their arms as though asleep. Everywhere there was the same deep silence. The air, which should have been full of the twittering of birds, was heavy and languorous. There was no flutter of butterfly wings or darting of flies. The fountains on the lawns were not playing, and as the prince glanced over the edge of the marble basin of one of them, he could see the goldfish beneath the water lily leaves lying still, with never a wave of the tail or flicker of fin. So he went on over the lawns and terraces, and never a waking thing did he see. But when he came to the courtyard, he saw a soldier standing there, leaning on his pike with his head bent upon his chest. At first the prince thought that he was dead, but his cheek was fresh and ruddy, and it was quite plain to see that he was merely asleep. In the courtyard itself were other human forms, all still and silent. A row of pikemen leaned against the wall, and in front of them, stretched out upon the ground, snored the sergeant who had been drilling them when the spell came upon the castle. A young squire, with a sleeping hawk upon his wrist, slept, leaning against a sleeping horse which he had been about to mount. Nearby lay a page with a hound in leash, both sleeping as soundly as though they never would awake. And through a window in the stables, the prince saw a groom lying with a straw in his mouth. In the stables themselves, a like condition of things prevailed. The horses slept at their stalls with their noses to the mangers, standing on their 4 legs just as they were when they were enchanted 100 years before, and on the back of one of them sat the stable cat. Here and there upon the ground lay grooms and ostlers, fast asleep among the straw. From the stables, the prince made his way to the great kitchen, where he saw equally strange sights, and he could not help smiling when he came upon the cook with her hand still outstretched to clout the head of the unhappy scullion, whom she had by the ear. Before the fires hung the spitted partridges and fowls that were cooking for the princess's birthday feast, and at the table a maid had fallen asleep, with her hands in a large trough full of dough. She had been making the pastry for a pie when the sleep fell upon her, and by her side was another maid who had been plucking a black hen. At the sink, a kitchen knave was leaning over the pot he had been scouring. Then the prince went out into the great hall and saw the courtiers asleep in the window alcoves or stretched out upon the polished floor. Everywhere was a silence so profound that the prince was almost alarmed to hear his own breathing, and the beating of his heart sounded like a muffled drum. On and on he went, through rooms and corridors, up staircases and down staircases, into the queen's chamber, where he saw the queen and her ladies as still and silent as the rest. One of those ladies had been reading to the queen at the moment when the charmed sleep fell upon the castle, and the book, A History of Troy, still lay open on her lap. Then the prince went into the king's room, where his majesty sat with his ministers of state round the council board. He almost lingered there, for it was very curious to see those nobles as quiet and motionless as though they had been waxworks in a show. Some of them were frowning as though in deep thought, and some smiling as though they had suddenly remembered something clever to say. The king himself, at the head of the council table, had evidently fallen asleep in the very midst of a speech, for his arm lay outstretched on the table with pointing finger, and, by his side, his secretary's fingers still held the pen with which he was inscribing on a roll of parchment the royal words. So the prince hurried through the castle from top to bottom, until he had glanced into every room and opened every door. And still he knew that there was something more to see, for nowhere had he come across the sleeping princess. Many maidens he had seen of surpassing beauty, but his heart told him that none of them all was the maiden whom he had come to awaken. Down he went into the courtyard again and found another stairway which led to the battlements. There stood the watchman whose duty it was to look out over the country and report the arrival of travelers. But they, too, were all asleep, though one of them had his horn in his hand, as though he had been about to blow it when he was suddenly overcome by the charmed slumber. From the battlements the prince climbed, in turn, into each of the turrets, but there was nobody in them at all, and no living thing except the owls asleep in the crevices of the walls, and the bats that hung head downward from the rafters. Now only one small turret remained to be explored. It was the oddest of the turrets, almost a ruin, and plainly long unused, for the iron door was rusty, and the ivy trailed about the walls. The prince approached it with a beating heart, for there he knew he should find what he sought. He threw open the creaking door. With impatient feet, he mounted the crazy, winding stair, opened the door at the top, and entered a little dark room. And then he started forward with a cry of joy and wonder, for lying on the couch below the narrow window, he saw the princess. She was lying upon a couch with her lovely hair spread out like a stream of gold. And oh, no words can tell how beautiful she was. Softly the prince came near and bent over her. He touched her hand. It was warm as in life, but she did not stir. No sound of breathing came from her parted lips, fresh and sweet as the petals of a rose. Her eyes were closed. For a long time, the prince stood and gazed upon her, for never in all his life had he seen a maiden so lovely. Then, suddenly, he bent down and kissed her lips. That was the end of the enchantment. The princess's eyelids quivered. Languidly, she moved her head and stretched out her arms. Her eyes opened, and she smiled. "Is it you, my prince?" she said. "How long you have kept me waiting." Chapter 11. In that very moment, the charm was broken, and the castle awoke. Instead of the profound silence, there came a hustle and confusion of noise. Clocks began to strike. Doors began to slam. Dogs began to bark. Cocks began to crow, and hens to cluck. A breeze sprang up outside and set the branches of the trees swaying and creaking. The doves began to coo upon the roofs, the swallows to twitter under the eaves. Flies came out and buzzed about the window. Mice squeaked in the wainscot and ran scampering along the rafters. The fountain in the garden leapt up 60 feet into the air, and the goldfish swam among the water lily leaves. Ants left their nests and foraged about the paths. The butterflies danced and fluttered over the flowers, which lifted their heads as though to drink in the rays of the sun. In every tree in the garden, a thrush woke up and began to sing. Sparrows chirped, jays screamed, blue tits chattered, and the chiff-chaff uttered his strange note. In the woods, a cuckoo called, and blackbird fluted to blackbird in the hedge. In the stables, the horses awoke and champed at their stalls. The cat jumped down and ran after a mouse, which crept out from under the straw. The sentry at the courtyard gate woke up and rubbed his eyes and came smartly to attention, looking round uneasily, for he thought he had only been asleep for a few minutes and was afraid that somebody might have seen him who would report him to the sergeant. The pikemen also woke with a start, and the sergeant woke too and bellowed an order in a loud and angry voice, for he was ashamed of himself for sleeping in front of his men. The young squire who was going hawking fitted his falcon's hood and mounted his steed. The page boy with the hound went off to his master. On the topmost tower of the castle, the royal standard, which had been drooping against the flagstaff, filled out and waved freely in the breeze. The hedge, which had grown up to surround the enchanted castle, broke in and disappeared. Peacocks squalled and strutted on the lawns. Martins flitted to and from their nests under the eaves. Pigs began to grunt, oxen to low, sheep to bleat, rooks to caw, and children to laugh and sing. In short, all the sounds which we hear every day and all the time and never notice began again, and seemed so loud in contrast to the deadly silence that they almost cracked the ears. And in every room in the castle, the people who had been lying asleep for 100 years woke up and went on with what they had been doing, just as though nothing had happened. In the kitchen, the flames of the fire leapt up with a hiss and a roar. The kettle began to boil, the stew pot to bubble, and the meat before the fire to steam and hiss as the little boy turned the spit. "Take that," cried the cook, giving the scullion the clout she had promised 100 years before. "Take that for a lazy knave." "Goodness," yawned the maid who had been plucking the black hen. "I wonder what made me drop off to sleep like that. Well, Well, it's to be hoped the cook didn't see me, and my word, how she made the feathers fly. Meow, cried the cat in disgust as he made a pounce at the mouse hole he had been watching. For the little mouse who had poked his nose out 100 years before drew it back like a flash and scampered away. Dear me, said the servant who was washing the dishes. I do believe I have been to sleep with this crock in my hand. It's a mercy I didn't let it fall. And he went on with his scouring. It was the same thing in the dairy, where the maids had fallen asleep while they were skimming the cream and churning the butter. And the cream was not sour, for all that 100 years had passed, nor was the butter rank. But a fly, which had been sleeping on the edge of one of the milk pans, woke up and flew down to taste the milk, and fell in and was drowned. So he was none the better because the spell had been taken off the castle. In the queen's antechamber, the maids of honor and the ladies in waiting sat up and yawned and stretched themselves. Each one of them thought that she was the only one who had fallen asleep, and they all began to explain at the same time that they had only closed their eyes for 40 seconds. It was the heat, they all said to each other. The sun is very hot for this time of year. In the king's council chamber, the king and all his ministers woke up with a start. The ministers rubbed their eyes and looked very sheepish, for each of them thought that he was alone and being caught napping. Your Majesty was saying, said the Prime Minister respectfully, leaning forward. I was saying, said the king. What was I saying? And he stretched out his arms and yawned. I crave your pardon, my lords. I do believe I've been asleep. Hi-ho, but my joints are stiff. It was but an after-dinner nap, said the Prime Minister. Your Majesty is overspent with the hard hunting yesterday. Is it your Majesty's will that we should proceed with our business, or shall the council rise until tomorrow? Go on, my lords, go on, cried the king heartily. My little nap has wonderfully refreshed me. What say you? Shall we pass that bill we were discussing a few minutes ago? But at this moment, a page came into the room with a message from the queen, and as soon as he received it, the king left his seat in the council chamber and went to her. Alone, among all the people in the castle, the queen had realized immediately she awoke from her charmed sleep exactly what had happened. She remembered the words of the fairy godmother, and she knew that what she had foretold had come to pass, and that the sleep from which she and everybody else in the castle had just awakened had lasted 100 years. Her first thought was of her daughter, the Princess Briar-Rose. Where was she, and what had happened to her? If she, too, had merely fallen asleep, all was well. But suppose the doom first spoken by the 13th fairy had taken effect. In a few words she told the king all that was in her mind, and without delay, messengers were sent all over the castle to look for the princess. In the meantime, Briar-Rose and the young prince were talking together in the ruined tower. For the first time, she heard the story of the enchantment, and her eyes grew round with wonder as she listened to her lover's account of the strange things that had happened in the castle. When he told of the great hedge and its cruel thorns, and of the many young men who died in trying to force their way through it, her eyes filled with tears. How great their courage was, she sighed. Oh, if only I could bring them back to life. But the prince kissed her tears away and hastened past that part of his tale. And presently she was smiling again and happy, because she understood that everything had happened as it was bound to happen. Then the prince took her hand and raised her from the couch on which she had slept so long, and they went down the winding stair together and came to the battlements, where they found a score of breathless people who had been running up and down in search of her. And how surprised these people were to find her in that place, accompanied by a young man they had never seen before. She seemed to have grown more beautiful than ever during her long sleep, and they were amazed by her loveliness. And how may we describe the joy of the king and queen when they saw their daughter again and knew that the good fairy had kept her word? The king was so delighted that all he could say was, "Bless my soul, bless my soul." And the queen could say nothing at all, for she was weeping for joy. What a feast there was that night. In spite of the 100 years that had gone by, it was still the princess's birthday. And she was in reality no more than 15 years old, for time had stood still for her. So she had her birthday feast just the same. And it was her betrothal feast too, for the king joined the hands of the young prince and his daughter and gave them his blessing. The end. Cinderella. There once lived a gentleman and his wife, who were the parents of a lovely little daughter. When this child was only 9 years of age, her mother fell sick. Finding her death coming on, she called her child to her and said to her, "My child, always be good. Bear everything that happens to you with patience. And, whatever evil and troubles you may suffer, you will be happy in the end if you are so." Then the poor lady died, and her daughter was full of great grief at the loss of a mother so good and kind. The father, too, was unhappy, but he sought to get rid of his sorrow by marrying another wife, and he looked out for some prudent lady who might be a second mother to his child and a companion to himself. His choice fell on a widow lady of a proud and tyrannical temper who had 2 daughters by a former marriage, both as haughty and bad-tempered as their mother. No sooner was the wedding over than the stepmother began to show her bad temper. She could not bear her stepdaughter's good qualities, that only showed up her daughter's unamiable ones still more obviously, and she accordingly compelled the poor girl to do all the drudgery of the household. It was she who washed the dishes, and scrubbed down the stairs, and polished the floors in my lady's chamber, and in those of the 2 pert misses, her daughters. And, while the latter slept on good feather beds in elegant rooms, furnished with full-length looking-glasses, their sister lay in a wretched garret on an old straw mattress. Yet the poor thing bore this ill treatment very meekly, and did not dare complain to her father, who thought so much of his wife that he would only have scolded her. When her work was done, she used to sit in the chimney corner amongst the cinders, which had caused the nickname of Cinderella to be given her by the family. Yet, for all her shabby clothes, Cinderella was 100 times prettier than her sisters, let them be dressed ever so magnificently. The poor little cinder wench. This harsh stepmother was a sore trial to her, and how often, as she sat sadly by herself, did she feel that there is no mother like our own, the dear parent whose flesh and blood we are, and who bears all our little cares and sorrows tenderly as in the apple of her eye. It happened that the king's son gave a ball, to which he invited all the nobility, and, as our 2 young ladies made a great figure in the world, they were included in the list of invitations. So they began to be very busy, choosing what headdress and which gown would be the most becoming. Here was fresh work for poor Cinderella, for it was she, forsooth, who was to starch and get up their ruffles, and iron all their fine linen, and nothing but dress was talked about for days together. "I," said the eldest, "shall put on my red velvet dress, with my point lace trimmings. And I," said the younger sister, "shall wear my usual petticoat, but shall set it off with my gold brocaded train and my circlet of diamonds." They sent for a clever tire-woman to prepare the double rows of quilling for their caps, and they purchased a quantity of fashionably cut patches. They called in Cinderella to take her advice, as she had such good taste, and Cinderella not only advised them well, but offered to dress their hair, which they were pleased to accept. While she was thus busied, the sister said to her, "And pray, Cinderella, would you like to go to the ball?" "Nay, you are mocking me," replied the poor girl. It is not for such as I to go to balls." "True enough," rejoined they. "Folks would laugh to see a Cinderella at a court ball." These two stepsisters were very cruel to Cinderella, and ill-used her much. Ah, what sweet friends are our own born sisters! There can be no substitutes like them in the whole wide world. Any other but Cinderella would have dressed their hair awry to punish them for their impertinence. But she was so good-natured that she dressed them most becomingly, although they disdained her, and, while they would themselves make a great figure in the world, sought to degrade and lower her. See how the lovely disposition of Cinderella shines out. Although she was not allowed to go to the ball of the king's son, she not only advised them well on how they could array themselves to appear to the best advantage, but she even, with greatness of heart to do that, with her own hands, dressed their hair, and in the most becoming manner her delicate taste can suggest. The two sisters were so delighted that they scarcely ate a morsel for a couple of days. They spent their whole time before a looking-glass, and they would be laced so tight to make their waist as slender as possible that more than a dozen stay-laces were broken in the attempt. The long-wished-for evening came at last, and these proud misses stepped into the carriage and drove away to the palace. Cinderella looked after the coach as far as she could see, and then returned to the kitchen in tears, where, for the first time, she bewailed her hard and cruel degradation. She continued sobbing in the corner of the chimney, until a rapping at the kitchen door aroused her, and she got up to see what had occasioned it. She found a little old beggar woman, hobbling on crutches, who besought her to give her some food. "I have only part of my own supper for you, goody, which is no better than a dry crust. But if you like to step in and warm yourself, you can do so, and welcome." "Thank you, my dear," said the old woman in a feeble, croaking voice. She then hobbled in and took her seat by the fire. "Hey, dearie me, what are all these tears, my child?" said the old woman. And then Cinderella told the old woman all her griefs, how her sisters had gone to the ball, and how she wished to go too, but had no clothes or means to do so. "But you shall go, my darling," said the old woman, "or I am not queen of the fairies, or your godmother. Dry up your tears, like a good goddaughter, and do as I bid you, and you shall have clothes and horses finer than anyone." Cinderella had heard her father often talk of her godmother, and tell her that she was one of those good fairies who protect children. Her spirits revived, and she wiped away her tears. The fairy took Cinderella by the hand and said, "Now, my dear, go into the garden and fetch me a pumpkin." Cinderella bounded lightly to execute her commands, and returned with one of the finest and largest pumpkins she could meet with. It was as big as a beer barrel, and Cinderella trundled it into the kitchen, wondering what her godmother would do with it. Her godmother took the pumpkin and scooped out the inside of it, leaving nothing but rind. She then struck it with her wand, and it instantly became one of the most elegant gilt carriages ever seen. She next sent Cinderella into the pantry for the mouse trap, bidding her bring 6 little mice alive which she would find in the trap. Cinderella hastened to the pantry, and there found the mice, as the fairy had said, which she brought to the old lady, who told her to lift up the door of the trap but a little way and very gently, so that only one of the mice might go out at a time. Cinderella raised the mouse trap door, and, as the mice came out one by one, the old woman touched them with her wand and transformed them into fine prancing dapple-gray carriage horses with long manes and tails, which were tied up with light blue ribbons. "Now, my dear good child," said the fairy, "here you have a coach and horses, much handsomer than your sisters, to say the least of them. But as we have neither a postilion nor a coachman to take care of them, run quickly to the stable where the rat trap is placed, and bring it to me." Cinderella was full of joy and did not lose a moment, and soon returned with a trap, in which there were 2 fine large rats. These 2 were touched with the wand, and immediately the one was changed into a smart postilion, and the other into a jolly-looking coachman in full finery. Her godmother then said, "My dear Cinderella, you must go to the garden again before I can complete your equipage. When you get there, keep to the right side, and, close to the wall, you will see the watering pot stand. Look behind it, and there you will find 6 lizards, which you must bring to me immediately." Cinderella hastened to the garden as she was desired, and found the 6 lizards, which she put into her apron and brought to the fairy. Another touch of the wonderful wand soon converted them into 6 spruce footmen in dashing liveries, with powdered hair and pigtails, 3-cornered cocked hats and gold-headed canes, who immediately jumped up behind the carriage as nimbly as if they had been footmen and nothing else all their lives. The coachman and postilion having likewise taken their places, the fairy said to Cinderella, "Well, my dear girl, is not this as fine an equipage as you could desire to go to the ball with? Tell me now, are you pleased with it?" "Oh yes, dear godmother," replied Cinderella, and then, with a good deal of hesitation, added, "But how can I make my appearance among so many finely dressed people in these mean-looking clothes?" "Give yourself no uneasiness about that, my dear. The most laborious part of our task is already accomplished, and it will be hard if I cannot make your dress correspond with your coach and servants." On saying this, the old woman, assuming her character of Queen of the Fairies, touched Cinderella with the magic wand, and her clothes were instantly changed into a most magnificent ball dress, ornamented with the most costly jewels. The fairy took from her pocket a beautiful pair of elastic glass slippers, which she caused Cinderella to put on, and then desired her to get into the carriage with all expedition, as the ball had already commenced. 2 footmen opened the carriage door and assisted the now beautifully dressed Cinderella into it. Her godmother, before she took leave, strictly charged her on no account whatever to stay at the ball after the clock had struck 12, and then added that if she stopped but a single moment beyond that time, her fine coach, horses, coachman, postilion, and footmen, and fine apparel would all return to their original shapes of pumpkin, mice, rats, lizards, and mean-looking clothes. Cinderella promised faithfully to attend to everything that the fairy had mentioned, and then, quite overjoyed, gave the direction to the footman, who bawled out in a loud and commanding tone to the coachman, "To the royal palace." The coachman touched his prancing horses lightly with his whip, and, swiftly, the carriage started off, and in a short time reached the palace. The arrival of so splendid an equipage as Cinderella's could not fail to attract general notice at the palace gates, and, as it drove up to the marble portico, the servants in great numbers came out to see it. Information was quickly taken to the king's son that a beautiful young lady, evidently some princess, was in waiting. His Royal Highness hastened to the door, welcomed Cinderella, and handed her out of the carriage. He then led her gracefully into the ballroom and introduced her to his father, the king. The moment she appeared, all conversation was hushed. The violins ceased playing, and the dancing stopped short. So great was the sensation produced by the stranger's beauty. A confused murmur of admiration fluttered through the crowd, and each was fain to exclaim, "How surpassingly lovely she is." The ladies were all busy examining her headdress and her clothes, in order to get similar ones the very next day, if indeed they could meet with stuffs of such rich patterns, and find workwomen clever enough to make them up. What a lovely creature, so fair, so beautiful. What a handsome figure, how elegantly she is dressed. Even the prince's father, old as he was, could not behold her with indifference, but wiped his eyeglass and used it very much, and said very often to the queen that he had never seen so sweet a being. The king's son handed Cinderella to one of the most distinguished seats on the dais at the top of the hall, and begged she would allow him to hand her some refreshments. Cinderella received them with great grace. When this was over, the prince requested to have the honor of dancing with her. Cinderella smiled consent, and the delighted prince immediately led her out to the head of the dance, just about to commence. The eyes of the whole company were fixed upon the beautiful pair. The trumpets sounded, and the music struck up, and the dance commenced. But if Cinderella's beauty, elegant figure, and the splendor of her dress had before drawn the attention of the whole room, the astonishment at her dancing was still greater. Gracefulness seemed to play in all her motions. The airy lightness with which she floated along, as buoyant as thistledown, drew forth a general murmur of admiration. The hall rang with the loudest acclamations of applause, and the company, all in one voice, pronounced her the most elegant creature that had ever been seen. And this was the little girl who had passed a great part of her life in the kitchen and had always been called a cinder wench. When the dance was ended, a magnificent feast was served up, consisting of all delicacies. So much was the young prince engaged with Cinderella that he did not eat one morsel of the supper. Cinderella drew near her sisters and frequently spoke to them, and, in her goodness of heart, she offered them the delicacies which she had received from the prince, but they did not know she was their sister. When Cinderella heard the clock strike 11:15, she made a low courtesy to the whole assembly and retired in haste. You see how fortune befriends the good-hearted, and, even out of such unpromising material as a pumpkin and mice, can make a coach and 6 with which to honor her worthy favorite. So Cinderella goes to the ball, but to teach her to be diligent and faithful in her engagements, her fairy godmother enjoins upon her that she return home at 12. Native beauty and grace attract the princely heart, and while the king's son pays no heed to her pretentious sisters, he is all grace and condescension to the little Cinderella. Obedient to her engagement with her godmother, she returns in all the splendor and honor of the coach and 6. On reaching home, she found her godmother, and, after thanking her for the treat she had enjoyed, she ventured to express a wish to return to the ball on the following evening, as the prince had requested her to do. She was still relating to her godmother all that had happened at court, when her 2 sisters knocked at the door. Cinderella went and let them in, pretending to yawn and stretch herself and rub her eyes, and saying, "How late you are," just as if she was waked up out of a nap, though, truth to say, she had never felt less disposed to sleep in her life. "If you had been to the ball," said one of the sisters, "you would not have thought it late. There came the most beautiful princess ever seen, who loaded us with polite attention and gave us oranges and citrons." Cinderella could scarcely contain her delight, and inquired the name of the princess. They replied that nobody knew her name, and that the king's son was in great trouble about her, and would give the world to know who she could be. "Is she, then, so very beautiful?" said Cinderella, smiling. "Oh my, how I should like to see her. Oh, do, my Lady Javotte, lend me the yellow dress you wear every day, that I may go to the ball and have a peep at this wonderful princess." "A likely story indeed," cried Javotte, tossing her head disdainfully, "that I should lend my clothes to a dirty Cinderella like you." Cinderella expected to be refused, and was not sorry for it, as she would have been puzzled what to do had her sister really lent her the dress she begged to have. On the following evening, the sisters again went to the court ball, and so did Cinderella, dressed even more magnificently than before. The king's son never left her side, and kept paying her the most flattering attentions. The young lady was nothing loth to listen to him, so it came to pass that she forgot her godmother's injunctions, and indeed lost her reckoning so completely that, before she deemed it could be 11 o'clock, she was startled at hearing the first stroke of midnight. She rose hastily and flew away like a startled fawn. The prince attempted to follow her, but she was too swift for him. Only, as she flew, she dropped one of her glass slippers, which he picked up very eagerly. Cinderella reached home quite out of breath, without either coach or footman, and with only her shabby clothes on her back. Nothing, in short, remained of her recent magnificence, save a little glass slipper, the fellow to the one she had lost. The sentinels at the palace gate were closely questioned as to whether they had not seen a princess coming out, but they answered they had seen no one, except a shabbily dressed girl, who appeared to be a peasant rather than a young lady. On this second night, as you have taken notice, dazzled by worldly show and the pleasing flattery of her royal lover, Cinderella overstays her time and is compelled to make her way back to her father's house on foot and in rags. An everlasting lesson to all the pretty little Cinderellas in the world, to keep their word and to act in good faith by such as befriend them. Never mind, her heart is in the right place. She is a charming, good creature, and although virtue goes home in rags, it will leave some token behind, some footprint by which it can be known and traced wherever it has once walked. We shall hear from that little lost glass slipper again. When the two sisters returned from the ball, Cinderella asked them whether they had been well entertained and whether the beautiful lady was there. They replied that she was, but that she had run away as soon as midnight had struck, and so quickly as to drop one of her dainty glass slippers, which the king's son had picked up and was looking at most fondly during the remainder of the ball. Indeed, it seemed beyond a doubt that he was deeply enamored of the beautiful creature to whom it belonged. They spoke truly enough, for a few days afterwards, the king's son caused a proclamation to be made by sound of trumpet all over the kingdom, to the effect that he would marry her whose foot should be found to fit the slipper exactly. So the slipper was first tried on by all the princesses, then by all the duchesses, and next by all the persons belonging to the court, but in vain. It was then carried to the two sisters, who tried with all their might to force their feet into its delicate proportions, but with no better success. Cinderella, who was present and recognized her slipper, now laughed and said, "Suppose I were to try." Her sisters ridiculed such an idea, but the gentleman who was appointed to try the slipper, having looked attentively at Cinderella and perceived how beautiful she was, said that it was but fair she should do so, as he had orders to try it on every young maiden in the kingdom. Accordingly, having requested Cinderella to sit down, she no sooner put her little foot to the slipper than she drew it on, and it fitted like wax. The sisters were quite amazed, but their astonishment increased tenfold when Cinderella drew the fellow's slipper out of her pocket and put it on. Her godmother then made her appearance, and, having touched Cinderella's clothes with her wand, made them still more magnificent than those she had previously worn. Her two sisters now recognized her for the beautiful stranger they had seen at the ball, and, falling at her feet, implored her forgiveness for their unworthy treatment and all the insults they had heaped upon her head. Cinderella raised them, saying, as she embraced them, that she not only forgave them with all her heart, but wished for their affection. She was then taken to the palace of the young prince, in whose eyes she appeared yet more lovely than before, and who married her shortly after. Cinderella, who was as good as she was beautiful, allowed her sisters to lodge in the palace, and gave them in marriage that same day to 2 lords belonging to the court. The amiable qualities of Cinderella were as conspicuous after as they had been before marriage. Rapunzel. Once upon a time, there lived a man and his wife who were very sad because they had no children. These people had a little window at the back of their house which overlooked a beautiful garden full of fine flowers and herbs. There was a high wall around this garden, and no one dared to go into it because it belonged to a witch of great power who was feared by everybody. One day, the woman stood at this window, looking into the garden, and saw a bed full of the finest rampion. It looked so fresh and green that she longed to eat some of it. This desire grew every day, and, as she knew that she could not possibly have any of it, she pined away and looked pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and said, "What ails you, dear wife?" "Ah," she replied sadly, "if I cannot get some of that nice rampion to eat out of the garden behind our house, I know that I shall die." Her husband, who loved her dearly, thought to himself, "Rather than let my wife die, I must bring her some rampion, let the cost be what it may." So, at dusk, he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, hastily picked a handful of rampion leaves, and took them back to his wife. She made them into a salad, which she ate with great relish. Indeed, she liked it so very much that the next day she longed for it 3 times as much as before. She could have no peace until her husband descended into the garden and fetched her some more. So, as soon as it was dusk, he let himself down again into the garden. But when he had clambered down and was on the other side of the wall, he was terribly frightened, for there, standing before him, was the old witch, with a frightful scowl on her face. "How dare you climb into my garden like a thief and steal my rampion?" she said with angry looks. "You shall suffer for it." "Ah," he replied, "be merciful to me this time, I pray you. I am only here from necessity. My wife saw your rampion from her window, and had such a desire for it that she would have died if she had not had some of it to eat." Then the witch's anger cooled a little, and she answered, "If that is the case, I will let you take away as much rampion as you like, but on one condition, that you give me the child that your wife will shortly bring into the world. All shall go well with it, and I will care for it like a mother." In his anxiety to get away, the man agreed to what she asked, and as soon as the child was born, the witch appeared, and, having given it the name of Rapunzel, which is another name for rampion, she took it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which lay in the middle of a great forest. This tower had neither stairs nor door, only a little window high up at the very top of the wall. When the witch wanted to enter the tower, she stood beneath this window and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair." Rapunzel had wonderful hair, long and as fine as spun gold. When she heard the voice of the witch, she unfastened her braided tresses, wound them round one of the hooks of the little window, and let them hang loose. They fell down about 20 yards, so that the witch could easily climb up by them. After things had gone on in this way for a year or 2, it happened one day that the king's son was riding through that part of the forest and passed by the tower. He heard someone singing so beautifully that he stood spellbound, listening. It was Rapunzel, who in her solitude and loneliness was trying to while away the long hours by singing. The prince longed to see the sweet singer and climb up to her, but he searched in vain for a door into the tower. None was to be found. He rode home, but the song had made such a deep impression on him that he went every day to the wood and listened. One day, when he was standing thus behind a tree, he saw the old witch approach and heard her call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair." Then Rapunzel let down her braids, and the witch climbed up to her. "So, that is the ladder by which one mounts, is it?" said the prince. "Then I, too, will climb it and try my luck." The next night, when it began to grow dark, he went to the foot of the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair." The hair fell down at once, and the prince climbed up by it. At first, Rapunzel was terribly frightened when a man came in, for she had never seen one before. But the prince spoke to her very kindly and told her that his heart had been so touched by her singing that he could have no peace until he had seen her. So Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked her to marry him, she thought, "He is young and handsome, and he will certainly love me far more than old Dame Gothel does." So she said yes, and put her hand in his. "I will gladly go with you," she continued, "but I do not see how I am to get down out of this tower. When you come, bring with you a skein of silk each time, and I will weave a ladder out of them. When it is finished, I will climb down by it, and you shall take me away on your horse." They arranged that until the ladder was ready, he should come and see her every evening, bringing skeins of silk, for the witch came in the daytime. The witch knew nothing of all this, till one day Rapunzel, not thinking what she was saying, made this remark, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how is it that you are so much harder to pull up than the young prince? He is always with me in a moment." "Oh, you wicked, wicked child," cried the witch. "What is this I hear? I thought I had separated you from the whole world, and yet you have deceived me." In her rage, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, twisted it round and round her left hand, snatched up a pair of scissors with her right, and snip, snap, she cut it all off, and the beautiful tresses lay on the ground. Then she was so hard-hearted that she took poor Rapunzel to a lonely desert place, and there left her to live in utter loneliness and misery. But on the evening of the day on which she had carried Rapunzel away, she fastened the braids which she had cut off to a hook by the window, and when the prince came and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair," she let the hair down. The prince climbed up, but instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the old witch, who looked at him with angry, wicked eyes, and cried mockingly, "Aha, you thought to fetch your lady love, but the pretty bird has flown, and the song is still. The cat caught it, and will scratch out your eyes too. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair, he jumped right down from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes out. Then he wandered, blind, about the forest, eating nothing but roots and berries, and constantly lamenting and weeping for the loss of his lovely bride. For some years he wandered about in great misery, and at last he came to the desert place where Rapunzel was living. Suddenly, he heard a voice which seemed familiar to him. He walked eagerly toward it, and as he came near, Rapunzel recognized him and fell on his neck and wept. 2 of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they became clear again, so that he could see as well as ever. Then he led her to his kingdom, where they were welcomed with great joy, and they lived happily ever after. Diamonds and Toads. Once upon a time, there was a widow who had 2 daughters. The elder was so much like her, both in looks and in character, that whoever saw the daughter saw the mother. They were both so disagreeable and so proud that there was no living with them. The younger, who was the image of her father in courtesy and sweetness of temper, was one of the most beautiful girls ever seen. As people naturally love those who are like them, this mother doted upon her elder daughter and, at the same time, conceived a great aversion to the younger. She made her eat in the kitchen and work continually. Among other things, the poor child had to go twice a day to draw water more than 1.5 miles from the house and bring home a large pitcher full of it. One day, when she was at the fountain, a poor woman came to her and asked her to let her drink. "Oh yes, with all my heart, goody," said the pretty little girl. Rinsing the pitcher at once, she filled it at the clearest part of the fountain and gave it to her, holding up the pitcher all the while that she might drink the more easily. Then the good woman said to her, "You are so pretty, so good and so courteous, that I cannot help giving you a gift." For this was a fairy who had taken the form of a poor country woman to see how far the civility and good manners of this young girl would go. "I will give you for a gift," continued the fairy, "that at every word you speak, there shall come out of your mouth either a flower or a jewel." When this pretty girl got home, her mother scolded her for staying so long at the fountain. "I ask your pardon, Mamma," said the poor girl, "for not making more haste." And, as she spoke these words, there fell from her lips 3 roses, 3 pearls, and 4 diamonds. "What do I see here?" said the mother, quite astonished. "I think I see pearls and diamonds come out of the girl's mouth. How happens this, my child?" This was the first time she had ever called her my child. The girl told her frankly all that had happened to her, dropping from her mouth great numbers of diamonds as she spoke. "Really," cried the mother, "I must send my own dear daughter thither. Fanny, Fanny, look, see what comes out of your sister's mouth when she speaks. Would you not like, my dear, to have the same gift? You have only to go and draw water at the fountain. And, when a poor woman asks you to let her drink, to give it to her very civilly." "I should like to see myself going to the fountain to draw water," said this ill-bred minx. "I insist that you go," said the mother, "and that at once." So away she went, taking with her the best silver tankard in the house, but grumbling all the way. She no sooner reached the fountain than she saw coming out of the wood a lady, magnificently dressed, who came up to her and asked for a drink. This was the same fairy who had appeared to her sister, but she had now taken the air and the dress of a princess, to see how far this girl's rudeness would go. "Am I come here," said the ill-bred, saucy girl, "to serve you with water, pray? I suppose this silver tankard was brought wholly on purpose for your ladyship, was it? I should think so. You must drink out of the fountain, if you want any." "You are hardly polite," answered the fairy, without putting herself in a passion. "Well then, since you are so disobliging, I give you for a gift, that, at every word you speak, there shall come out of your mouth a snake or a toad." As soon as her mother saw her coming, she cried out, "Well, daughter." "Well, mother," answered the rude girl, throwing out of her mouth a viper and a toad. "Oh, mercy," cried the mother. "What is this I see?" "It is her sister who is the cause of all this, but she shall pay for it." And immediately she ran to beat her. The poor child fled away from her and went to hide herself in the forest nearby. The king's son, as he was returning from hunting, met her, and, seeing how beautiful she was, asked her what she was doing there all alone, and why she was crying. "Alas, sir, my mother has turned me out of doors." The king's son, seeing 5 or 6 pearls and as many diamonds fall from her mouth, desired her to tell him how that happened. Then she told him the whole story. The king's son fell in love with her, and, considering that such a gift was worth more than any marriage portion anyone else could bring, conducted her to the palace of the king, his father, and there married her. And they lived happily ever after. The Frog Prince. In olden times, there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so lovely that the sun himself wondered at her beauty every time he looked into her face. Near to the king's castle lay a dark, gloomy forest, and in the forest, under an old linden tree, was a fountain. When the day was very hot, the king's daughter used to go into the wood and sit down by the side of the cool fountain. Her favorite amusement, as she sat there, was to toss a golden ball up into the air and catch it again. Once, she threw it so high that, instead of falling into the hand that she stretched out for it, it dropped upon the ground and rolled straight into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes as long as she could, but it disappeared, for the well was so deep that she could not see the bottom. Then she began to cry bitterly for her ball. As she sat weeping, she heard a voice calling, "What is the matter, king's daughter? Your tears would touch the heart of a stone." She looked round towards the spot whence the voice came and saw a frog stretching his thick, ugly head out of the water. "Oh, it is you, is it, old water paddler?" she said. "Well then, I am crying for the loss of my golden ball, which has fallen into the fountain." "Then do not cry any more," answered the frog. "I can get it for you. But what will you give me if I bring back your plaything to you?" "Oh, anything you like, dear frog," she said. "My dresses, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown I wear." "No," answered the frog. "Your clothes, your pearls and jewels, or even your golden crown are nothing to me. But if you will love me and let me be your companion and playfellow, sit by you at table, eat from your little golden plate, drink out of your cup, and sleep in your little bed, if you will promise me all this, then I will bring you back your golden ball from the bottom of the fountain." "Oh yes," she replied. "I promise you anything, if you will only bring me back my ball." She was thinking to herself all this while, "What nonsense this silly frog does talk. He lives in the water with other frogs and croaks and cannot be anybody's playfellow." But the frog, as soon as he had received the promise, ducked his head under the water and sank down to the bottom. In a little while, he came up again with the ball in his mouth and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was full of joy when she saw her pretty plaything again, and, catching it up, ran off with it. "Wait, wait," cried the frog. "Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you." But the young princess would not listen to the frog's croaking, but ran home, and soon forgot the poor frog. who had to go back to his fountain again. The next day, when the princess was sitting at table with the king and his courtiers and eating out of her little golden plate, there came a sound of something creeping up the marble staircase. Splish, splash, splish, splash. And, presently, there came a knock at the door and a voice crying, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me." She ran to see who was outside, but when she opened the door and saw the frog, she shut it again in great haste and sat down at the table, looking very much frightened. The king, seeing that his daughter was alarmed, said to her, "My child, what is the matter? Is there a giant outside at the door, wanting to carry you off?" "Oh no," she replied, "it is no giant. Only a great ugly frog." "A frog? What can he want with you, my daughter?" "Yesterday, when I was playing with my golden ball by the fountain in the forest, it fell into the water. And because I cried, the frog brought it out for me, and he made me promise that he should come here and be my companion. But I never thought he could get out of the water to come, and now he's outside there and wants to come into me." Just then, he knocked at the door a second time and called, "Youngest king's daughter, open to me. Do you not know what you promised me yesterday under the linden tree? Youngest king's daughter, open to me." Then the king said, "My daughter, what you have promised, you must do. Go and open the door for him." She went and opened the door, and the frog hopped after her, close to her feet, and quite up to her chair. There he sat and cried, "Lift me up beside you." She hesitated till the king commanded her to do it. When the frog was on the table, he said, "Now, push your little plate nearer to me, and we will eat together." She did it, but it was easy to see that she did not do it willingly. The frog seemed to enjoy his dinner very much, but every mouthful she ate choked her. At last, he said, "I have eaten enough, and I am tired. Now carry me to your little room, and make your silken bed ready, that we may sleep together." The king's daughter began to cry, for she was afraid of the cold frog. She did not like to touch him, and now he wanted to sleep in her beautiful, neat little bed. But the king was displeased at her tears, and said, "He who helped you when you were in trouble must not be despised now." So she took up the frog with 2 fingers, carried him upstairs, and put him in a corner of her room. When she got into bed, he crept up to her and said, "I am tired, and I want to go to sleep too. Lift me up, or I will tell your father." Then she was very angry, and picked him up and threw him with all her strength against the wall, saying, "Now will you be quiet, you ugly frog?" But, as he fell, how surprised she was to see the frog change into a handsome young prince with beautiful, friendly eyes. He told her how he had been bewitched by a wicked fairy, and how no one could have released him from the spell but herself. He now became, by her father's will, her dear companion and her husband. The young prince wanted to take her to his own kingdom. So, on the wedding day, a splendid carriage drawn by 8 white horses with white plumes on their heads and golden harness drove up to the door. Behind it stood the servant of the young prince, the faithful Henry. This faithful Henry had been so unhappy when his master was changed into a frog that he had bound 3 iron bands round his heart to keep it from breaking with grief and sorrow. The carriage with the prince and his bride soon drove away, with Henry behind. They had only gone a little way when the prince heard a loud crack behind him, as if something had broken. He turned around and cried, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, sir," he replied. "It is not the carriage, but only the iron bands which I bound round my heart, for fear it should break with sorrow while you were a frog, confined in the fountain. They are breaking now because of my happiness." The prince and princess never forgot faithful Henry, who had loved his master so well when he was in trouble. The Princess and the Pea, or How to Tell a Real Princess. There was once a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she must be a real princess, mind you. So he traveled all around the world to find one. But everywhere, there was always something in the way. Not that there was any lack of princesses, but whether they were real princesses he could not seem to make out. There was always something that did not seem quite right. So, home he came, quite out of spirits, for he did wish so much to have a real princess. One evening, a terrible storm came on. It thundered and lightened, and the rain poured down in torrents. Indeed, it was a fearful night. In the midst of it, there came a knocking at the palace gate, and the old king went out to open it. It was a princess who stood outside. But, oh dear, what a state she was in from the rain and storm. The water was streaming from her hair and clothes. It ran in at the tips of her shoes and out at the heels. Yet, she insisted she was a real princess. Very well, thought the old queen. That we shall presently see. She said nothing, but she went into the bedroom and took off all the bedding, and then laid a pea on the framework of the bedstead. Having done this, she took 20 mattresses and laid them upon the pea, and 20 quilts on top of the mattresses. The princess lay upon this bed all night. In the morning, she was asked how she had slept. "Oh, miserably," said the princess. "I scarcely closed my eyes the whole night through. I'm sure I don't know what was in the bed. I lay upon something so hard that I am black and blue all over from it. It is dreadful." Now, they knew at once that she was a real princess, since, through 20 mattresses and through 20 quilts, she had felt the pea. None but a real princess could be so sensitive. So the prince took her for his wife, for he knew that at last, in her, he had found a real princess. And the pea was put in the Royal Museum, where it is still to be seen unless someone has stolen it. And this, mind you, is a true story.